Okay, I have thought of a title for this recording before thinking of all the things that I'm going to say, but I do have a general thesis. I don't know how to introduce this because I do need to caveat caveat this uh, recording with a lot of apologies that the quality of it, is going to maybe rich with ideas and presumption and projection because I'm not a large consumer of Habermas. Um, I've mainly experienced him through secondary sources, but it seems to me that in terms of the subject matter, I have been grappling with the same things that Habermas has been grappling with. Um, but I do think that I have a different sensibility about these things, and I think that Habermas is incoherent on some issues, or at least, I'm going to at least get into what I think the sort of the thematic ideological sources of this are. I'm going to try to broaden it into a general view, which I mean might be, maybe it's not applicable because my views are just so far off on what Habermas is actually saying. But so I mean, I'm somewhat guessing to a large extent what Habermas's position is, and I think I'm going to guess that I'm going to, obviously I wouldn't make a recording like this if I couldn't make this. I'm going to guess that I'm going to be roughly accurate in some way, but I'm probably going to get details wrong because I haven't experienced, the actual form that he's put the position forward uh, with. But anyway, so yeah, that's the huge caveat onto all of this, which makes it, quite sophomoric. But anyway, let me proceed because just on a kind of conceptual level, perhaps people can think, oh, well, I'm dealing with a straw man that doesn't even exist, perhaps. But I do think that there is a version of what I'm going to talk about which does exist in the world, even if it doesn't come in the form of Habermas. But I do think that I'm, well, I hope that I'm accurate anyway. But maybe just for the ideas themselves, it might be a useful recording. Okay, so that embarrassing part of the recording is over. Um, so I think Habermas is is stuck dabbling in a kind of social psychology, a kind of toxic social psychology which didn't have to be dabbled in um, with the kind of more bootstrapping Kantian. Uh, now, sort of Habermas, I've been told, sees himself as a kind of as an inheritor or as a torchbearer or as a baton. Um, uh, what's the word? Uh, uh, Recipient and transmitter from the Kantian tradition of uh, protecting, or heralding or promoting, or bringing forward the development of Kantian deontology or whatever. But and the Kantian moral engine. Now, I do think Kant himself had problems in his philosophy, although when you deal with them on certain levels of purely thematic moral things, they don't manifest. So I think there is a version of Kantian philosophy which I think, in terms of morality, is perfectly workable. I think is fine. But when you try to sort of confect this into a general world view, Kant himself runs into problems, and I've mentioned this many times before. I'll just repeat it. Is that when you try to create an institution that enforces or is a guardian of uh, promoting and ensuring that the categorical imperative is a watchdog for the categorical imperative, you actually end up creating a kind of paradox, because then loyalty and promotion of that institution becomes a kind of surrogates, or becomes a surrogacy for the accomplishment of the categorical imperative. And this kind of creates an ideological capturing of the actual use of the categorical imperative. And so people don't have to use the categorical imperative so long as that they adopt the ideological communication and messaging around the institution, and engage with, the kind of the politics that embroil such an institution. And I think that this is a mystifying kind of thing, and I don't think Kant is sensitive to this problem of institutionalizing moral things that really do have to take place in terms of the individual contemplative mediation of one's action. And anyway, so but I think that at least Kant can be rescued from this confounding source of inconsistency, if he's read it a certain way. Now, anyway, this kind of performative contradiction that comes, that I think is implicit within some kinds of exploration into Kantian moral philosophy, is curbed or limited to some extent because of this kind of liberal freedom, which is this almost the kind of default position that allows agents to make moral decisions. And there is a bootstrapping kind of default in this kind of worldview, if I can put it like that. And that really, I think, is a healthy manifestation of a worldview. Because if you try to sort of erode bootstrapping, I'm trying to broaden the concept of bootstrap here. I'm trying to sort of broaden its conceptualization. That the thing is that the world itself is going to be messy and complicated and sophisticated. And the more that you try to create institutional safeguards against these things and protect people from being ravaged by these issues, I do think that there is a kind of perverse moral vortex that gets that arises in such a circumstance, and the thing that fills in that void is a kind of ideological false consciousness, and the only way to safeguard against that and not create sort of structures of safety, as it were, that then end up sort of morally robbing people of actual development or maturity on the psychological individual level. It's better to have a decentralized system, which in some sense amounts to some kind of bootstrapping accepting that the necessity, it's this is perhaps an obtuse way of saying that we do need to have not heuristics of bootstrapping, but an actual moral grounding as to why it's necessary to bootstrap things in this, or let's say, sociological evils or systemic oppressions or systemic deficits, why we do need to bootstrap them, because and we need to bootstrap them in such a way, and I think that this is the only sort of palpable argument in favor of bootstrapping is that you are devolving the issue to the most individual perception of the problem. And then, you really, the real problem of the human condition is not that we don't have institutional safeguards. It's that, the human condition isn't easy to fix or mature within, and the idea that you can kind of create a government that is going to be good instead of the people or something like that is going to be more problematic, or is going to lead to a kind of psychological derangement or detachment in which you don't even have the ingredients which are the fuel for genuine maturation. Anyway, so I'm making a yeah. So I'm not trying to say that people get what they deserve. That's obviously not true. And this is perhaps, sort of paradoxical that, we should never think that one person should ever suffer from the mistakes or errors of somebody else. But, accountability is a strange thing. And it's not as if that a devolved structure or a devolved moral system, and when I say, I mean devolution in the sense that individuals have to deal with the problem, it's not as if that individuals are not incapable of coordinating solutions to these problems. And although that might generally be seen by some as a suboptimal way of managing the problem or coping with the problem, I actually think when you fail to bootstrap the problem in that kind of way, in that kind of decentralized, devolved way, you dislocate people from pragmatism or reality or integrity or accountability in such a way that you end up creating an ideological blind spot, which usually gets colonized and repurposed for some other nefarious purpose. And it becomes essentially a so it's strange because wouldn't it be nice if we could all just kind of solve certain problems? The problem is that when those kinds of problems are solved, then sort of the immaturity of the system or the maliciousness or the nefariousness or the lack of integrity just finds a new way to manifest itself in some sense. And when you don't devolve the problem of the need for accountability and integrity, I do think you end up usually, I guess the idea is that one hand can watch the other hand, that at the same time you can offer a pedagogical indoctrination. So that you can say that society earns this bestowed public good that is provided to it by the system and the structure of the collective. Now, this I think is, wouldn't it be nice perhaps? I think that all of this falls under the category of creating a worldly church, and it is dysfunctional for many reasons. Because it ends up having to concoct lies about the human condition intrinsically. And it doesn't take the process of integrity and maturation seriously enough, because you have essentially discarded this bootstrapping let's say, deadpan, pragmatic realism. You're trying to shield people from some kind of visceral truth about reality. And yes, well, if you don't shield people from that visceral truth about reality, then people with terrible parents will themselves have terrible lives. And, people's moral deficits will have local impacts on those that they are surrounded by. That there's this kind of there's this unjust element of collective pathos, uh, that if some people have to sort of endure a different kind or a different degree of stoic virtue than somebody else, then there's an iniquity in the system, and that is what egalitarianism sort of seeks to address. And I can sympathize with that kind of sentiment. The problem is that I have not thought of a way in which one can actually uh, provide sympathy uh, in a way that's ever constructive. I do think that there are other things other than sympathy. You can be more proactive and constructive with sort of other kind of tangible things, but sympathy itself is in my view, sympathy itself is actually a kind of evil. Um, at least when it's used as a motivation for action, because then whatever you're doing is, I would argue, by definition, it's not going to be intelligent. That merely that you've been able to generate a sentiment in yourself, and therefore you're going to cause yourself to do something in order to try to abate that sentiment. And so at the same time, you're going to, why is it sympathy? It's sympathy because, well, anyway, I submit that there's a giant distinction between empathy and sympathy. And sympathy is always, almost fundamentally, you're grieving over the lost dignity of somebody else. And in my view, is already a kind of spilt milk that can't be, it's like these people that try to create polemics around epistemic injustice. Well, if the truth has been harmed by injustice, then there's almost no point in talking about it, because unless you're going to talk about prospective future epistemic injustice, epistemic justice that has already occurred is spilt milk that's not coming back. How are you going to redeem the truth if the truth has been transgressed? If the truth has been lost to history or something, get over it. The only way that you could try to compensate someone for epistemic injustice is with a very resentful and spiteful idea that, well, if we spread around the hurt, if we hurt somebody else's epistemic sense of justice, or if we steal knowledge from their identity or something like that. Even the concept of epistemic injustice, it doesn't function. It functions as a mythology, as a figment of history or something like that, because you basically have to say that, well, the thing that is being transgressed, because the only what is epistemic injustice? Well, I forgot the truth, so the truth is lost now because I forgot it. or what's the difference between that and or I mean and saying that, well, my ancestor didn't tell me the truth because they forgot the truth, because, well, they didn't forget it, they were killed by somebody else's ancestor, and therefore we lost our culture, we lost our tradition, we lost our stories, and so therefore my lack of something in the present is evidence of epistemic injustice. The thing that we lack, we don't know because we never got an opportunity to know it. So the truth has been damaged. So how are you going to redistribute epistemic justice towards me for my epistemic injustice? Well, now you have to forget something about your history. We have to consciously make sure that you have the same kind of diminishment or something. I mean, it's that kind. That's the kind of thing that sympathy gives you. It gives you this idea of sort of constructing the thing that is lacking is to kind of produce some kind of compensatory damage or hurt, or to divide the hurt or something like that. Now, I mean, there is such a thing as kindness and empathy and compassion that can lend people towards doing that kind of sharing a burden. I don't know if I would call that sympathy, though. I do think sympathy, in some sense, the object of sympathy is always the sense of loss, or the contemplation, the hypothetical contemplation of loss itself. It's kind of dislocated. It's I think there's something almost intrinsically nihilistic about sympathy, but anyway. It's not grounded in an actual contention of value that is subjectively grounded, or framed in terms of your actual subjective framing. It's always framed in a hypothetical, and I do believe that it is really almost self-concerned hypothetically, that it's like sort of the idea of losing this then makes me feel bad for you. But I think the for you is a hypothetical me. So it's not actually empathy for you, it's empathizing with the hypothetical me. That's what sympathy is, I think. This idea of duplication of the self and then projection onto the outside. And I don't think that that's exactly the same as empathy. Although it's perhaps, there's a... How would you feel anyway? I think, although people do sometimes define empathy as something like, how would you feel in that circumstance, or imagining the feelings of somebody else, which I do think is an important part of communication, because you have to imagine how messages are going to, you have to have a model of what's going to receive, or what is sending messages to and from you. I think that what empathy is actually premised in is, how should you feel? Is a kind of is a grounded value system, and a system of values that is actually coherently capable of generating an understanding. Anyway, so I do think that Habermas, his departure from Kantian moral philosophy and then trying to sort of tack on, let's say, egalitarian sympathy, means that he has to scramble for some way to give a kind of structural expression of this, or an institutional expression of this, and social democracy. I don't know all of his views on social democracy, but I know how he's dabbled with issues of identity and nationalism, trying to create a collective identity based on human dignity. And I think I can agree with some of the basics of that. But I think he fails to understand what went wrong in Germany. Because I also believe in something like, actually, no, I don't know if I would call it constitutional patriotism. I would put a different spin on that. I believe in constitutional sovereignty. The rule of law is important for a liberal, open society to know that they are governed by the rule of law and not by the rule of man. I think that is generally lacking in continental intellectual tradition. It just has never been known. Ironic, because the Roman Dutch legal system was head and shoulders, was really amazing. But, sort of the continental European intellectual tradition sort of allowed it to completely be swallowed by Napoleonic law, and they never knew what they lost, essentially. That's kind of sad. It's weird, because there's an element of how that I think would have also perhaps had a much better cross-pollination with the development of politics and Christianity and all those sorts of things. Anyway, I guess you could just add that to one of the deficiencies in the Enlightenment, something like that. Let me not broaden this question too far afield. Anyway, okay, so I think Habermas is dealing with a residue which he can't sociologically distinguish. And he has these good intentions of egalitarianism. Now, I do think that there is a kind of middle ground. If you just kind of endorse a kind of more libertarian, anarchical, leftist solution, so that you're not trying to make the state a kind of society's church, but you instead develop a different kind of social organization that is detached from politics, and you kind of keep issues of political culture or the polity and the political economy, you keep that distinct from other certain kind of cultural, moral issues. Habermas has got these things conflated, I think, and he does so, in my view, somewhat inheriting some of the baggage of Napoleon quite badly, and what I have often referred to as what did I call it? Man, I haven't made recordings about this in a long time. The Napoleonic corruption, the Napoleonic cultural corruption, I think is what I always refer to it as, or the Napoleonic corruption of law. And I think that culturally corrupt view of what a republic is, and Habermas is certainly enamored with the French Revolution and sees his own work as a kind of exemplification of this, because he's not, this is what forces him to dabble in this social psychology, and he's very bad at it. very bad at trying. He's also hypocritical in terms of how he treats some of his own theoretical constructs. And I think this is just a continental manifestation of continental Europe is riddled with this bullshit, essentially. And Habermas just had the kind of ideological ingredients to give himself the excuse to not have to try to create a mediocre social psychological fudge. Anyway, so he doesn't have enough distinctions, I think, within his model of a liberal democratic society, and these all stem from I would say, or I imagine he hasn't critiqued the German judicial system and legal theory, or if he has, he hasn't made enough of a critique of it. I know he's got some specific work on what law is, or something like that. I can't remember. So I'll listen to that next and see if that relates to this, or a continuing critique that I can develop. But yeah, I think he is too badly, because at least when you have coherent values and principles and legal structures and things like that, it allows you to, in a much more sophisticated way, delineate the proper role and purpose and scope of different kinds of spheres within society and powers. It puts limits on certain powers, and it creates a much more coherent way of it, that you can imagine an individual in society will not be prone to the kind of social psychological dabbling which it seems to me that Habermas himself has been diverted into within the deficiencies of his own idea that you can just kind of indulge in egalitarian promotion at the cost of bootstrapping. He hasn't sort of confronted those issues in a meticulous enough way, in a thorough enough way. And his willingness to just kind of try to fashion a collective accountability in the middle of society, or as the society, as a collective identity, as a new sort of universal, semi-universal identity, or something like that. All of those things, I think, are an abuse of the political faculty, if I can, in terms of human contemplation. When the human condition that needs to develop with, it's kind of utopian in the idea that you can just kind of, what's the word? That you can circumvent people's development and maturation by just giving them the right prompting of ideological sprinkling of egalitarian philosophy or moral utopianism or something like that. So, maybe people can say some of my critique is slightly ironic, because I do actually think that we should have something like democratic socialism, but that it should actually be the state, I think, can have a kind of democratic socialism, but to actually have, I actually do believe in the Marxist hypothesis and that capitalism is not the end of history, but I do think that we have to actually try to make it the end of history and keep it as the default system and operate within that structure our own private autarkies or alternatives to commercial relations. But as collective units, those things will still operate legally within the capitalistic framework. And I do think that you should always submit yourself to the law. And there are some legal systems in the world that are certainly deficient and that they should be improved. But that's easier done by creating a good example in the world and then encouraging everybody else to emulate that example. An example that on paper exists within South Africa, in my view, but which doesn't perform well as an example because it is a system that has been betrayed by its own constitutional court judges. There was a judgment recently where actually the constitutional court came to, generally speaking, the right decision but there was a minority judgment, 4 judges against 5, where some of the most egregiously racialist legislation was only defeated 5 against 4. That almost half of the constitutional court judges are even willing to go along with any kind of racialist anything that has a racial ideological spin. They're on board. They're rabid fascists. That are constitutional court judges in an open liberal democracy. Politically planted there, obviously, but these are people that, in my view, are guilty of crimes against humanity. They have betrayed their constitution. They should be punished for constitutional damages that they have done. They have, even in their judgments, they have committed hate speech. That they have directly damaged the standing of the Constitution, and also they have not done their duty, which was to uphold the Constitution. They have subverted it and reinterpreted it anyway. Let me not get too sidetracked. But so anyway, that just shows that South Africa is not a performative contradiction. It's a real contradiction. It's a real hypocrisy. It's a palpable hypocrisy that is overtly black fascist in nature, and it uses its identitarian, ideological bullshit anyway. But I find it interesting because South Africa would really be the panacea that the world really needs, especially in continental Europe, because continental Europe has an atrocious legal, all of the different continental European nations have justice systems that, in my view, can't be called justice systems. The concept of justice is you can understand why we have a civilization or societies that are so infected with immaturity and problems using moral authority and false authority, and all these sorts of things, when you just look at how the conceptualization of justice, how that's kind of treated. And I'm trying to restart the kind of the French Republican project, or the dream of a republic. It's interesting because the French Republic is modeled after America, and anyway, my particular critiques against America, I think, have to be properly understood and digested, and then you kind of get we'll get a different kind of political project. Anyway. So I do think the state is capable of providing some kind of social democracy that is only acceptable, let's say, psychologically and culturally, if it is principled and stays within certain bounds that were laid down in the South African Constitution, which have been trampled and disregarded. So that's a terribly missed opportunity to critique Habermas from what could have been a demonstration of how these things can be solved. But on paper, the South African legal tradition and constitution solve all these problems. And perhaps the difference is I don't want to talk about America too much, but I mean, that's how it can be summarized essentially, is that, you live in a different kind of country if you really have the rule of law, which in my view, no country actually has the rule of law. South Africa would have it on paper, or does have it on paper, but it doesn't have it in reality because of the betrayal. But when I say betrayal, I'm not saying, because I didn't get my way in my interpretation of these things. They have radically reinterpreted the Constitution in a way that is untenable with the words of the Constitution. It just doesn't account at all. There's no accountability for this crime against humanity, and I do consider it a crime against humanity, not just a municipal infraction and infringement, but in the same way that in the Nuremberg trials, when the generals were tried and sentenced and hung for their crimes against humanity, and they couldn't just say that they were following orders. The people who are the generals in the South African context are the judges, because, and in fact, they're higher than generals, because we live in a constitutionally supreme country. The government, the branch of government that is more sovereign than all the other branches, is actually the judiciary. And this is important because this means that the individual is empowered when they go to court, not the majority. It's not a majoritarian tyranny. You actually have dignity for the individual, and you also have a constitution that's capable of solving for the intolerance paradox. But when you live in a society where justice is essentially defined by another sovereign power other than an independent republic that's independent of politics, or an actual foundation or an edifice that can conserve its own values and can be coherent and consistent, and therefore it can hold the rest of the system to accountability and can force it to look in the mirror. But if you don't have any entity that can force other things to look in the mirror, because they can just move the goalposts, because they can just change the law, you really have a kind of paradox that you've got a way to, sort of put integrity into the magician's hat and make it disappear. And that's what I would say we're generally suffering from, is that structural void of accountability and integrity then becomes the fulcrum that all pressure eventually, finds itself diverted into, depending on that. And so I do think that people have got the wrong tool for there are political problems that need to be solved, as it were, before trying to solve other problems. And when you try to use the other ways of solving problems before you solve the political problems, and you conflate them into some kind of socialist leftism, or some kind of need for more egalitarianism or something like that, when you haven't got basic politics correct, and structures and such, anyway. You see, and in some sense, I'm not offering, this is not a general solution to the human condition. I'm saying that this is a necessary thing. It's not a sufficient thing. Societies can still break down, obviously. Societies can still rebel against their own structure. I don't think that that's what's happened in South Africa. I think, what's happened in South Africa is something else that's quite atrocious, and you can maybe say that, South Africa is the victim of a very special kind of toxic history that then has manifested as all of these deficiencies. I like to think on some level that South Africa will either prove whether it deserves its democracy and its constitution, and it's busy doing so at the moment. And that might be, quite a grim thing to say, but I think that it's roughly true. Because in some sense, the thing that is destroying South Africa is democratic illiteracy, and people cultivating and leaning further into, exacerbating democratic illiteracy. Which will at least perhaps create a historical lesson of some kind that can almost be clearly read as an abrogation of moral principles, and a kind of palpable hypocrisy. In terms of the so-called liberation movement, that the people did not divorce themselves from, because they liked the vanity that was being whispered in their ear by the racial consciousness, and I guess you could say leftist sympathy mongering. They sort of try to capitalize on general inequities in the system and then kind of concentrate them into a polemic around the lack of egalitarianism. And then that's your one-size-fits-all sort of solution. And as you attend to that so-called lowest common denominator necessity that everyone deserves in the system, then you paper over simultaneously the other structural integrity problems, and you've got a false consciousness which is kind of got a life of its own, or an ideology of sort of false flag projection, or creating a kind of adversarial ideology that is around, sort of keeping up this specter of the ideological opposition to your solution, your general solution. And you have to constantly fight this on the level of a kind of social psychology. And that, I think, is, essentially a kind of collective narcissism. It's a, kind of but I mean, and that's always been the nature of fascism, is that that's how it effectively operates. I do think that people forget very clearly that fascism has always been a project that manifests from the left, not from the right. Although it's been branded as ultra right wing, uh, I mean, I guess that's how they get the accusation and complaint of racism on the right, because I guess the only way to call it right wing is just by associating racism with being on the right. I think that is a low resolution generalization. I think that the reason why conservative people are generally thought of as being racist is because, generally speaking, conservative people uh, will be more comfortable with people who are similar to them or hold the same values as them, and that those will be the people that they actually engage with or interact with more so than people that are different to them or hold different values to them, because they care about conserving their values, and that like generalizes into the fear of the other or trepidation about what is different or the unknown kind of, and then that generally can be generalized into something like racism or uh, I don't think that that is anything like the so-called racism in Nazi philosophy. Ethno-nationalism, I think, is not a manifestation of racism. It's a manifestation of a sympathy with your collective narrative, which is much more representative of leftist polemic or polemicism. Anyway, I mean, there are other ways of getting into this kind of topic and issue. There are lots of other elements of this, but I do think that it's, it's not the right that is suddenly going to become ethno-nationalist. I don't see that happening at all. I don't see any political party that is on the right that is ethno-nationalist. The only nationalism I see on the right is civic nationalism, and I can find no fault with civic nationalism. Seems like a natural heuristic that is eminently reasonable, and it's necessary for a functioning liberal democratic polity. I don't want to generalize into these topics too much or whatever, but so I mean, the kind of the populist right that in some sense I think is probably going to much more reasonably attend to issues of class issues, and it is attending to class issues much more than sort of the superficial left ever did by just being anti things or critical of things with no real concrete alternative or actual policy that they're trying to propose, except things that quite frankly, don't work. Like labor movements and things like that. To have a real labor movement is to have a movement in which you have enough sort of social cohesion that the people who would otherwise command a greater salary in another country accept lower wages and accept a kind of more homogenous distribution of wages within their structure, which is what people actually do in European countries that have a different kind of social democratic ethos, where it's not imposed from the top down, but it's actually, you could say, traditionally or culturally kept alive, but those things depend on a kind of homogeneity which other countries don't kind of have. A kind of moral homogeneity, which I would argue is also a bit of a relic of something that you, quite frankly, you wouldn't necessarily be able to distinguish it from a variant of ethno-nationalism or something like that, because, I wonder how much of it is based on a kind of basic sympathy with some kind of common identity. In the toxic sense that I was just talking about sympathy earlier. But creating a kind of social compact where companies drive their wages towards a kind of middle ground of homogeneity in terms of remuneration. Actually requires the people at the top with marketable skills to take a pay cut. But that doesn't really happen with just kind of, that can't happen from the top down. That can't happen from a kind of class warfare. That happens from sort of creating a social compact. And in some sense, I think that at some point you have to do that on a larger scale in terms of actually a kind of autarkical social societal model or something like that, which does operate as a kind of, I guess you would call it a model society or a commune or a collective that would essentially still be capitalistic, but will kind of have a social democratic ethos, but that's sort of not imposed from the top down, but is kind of culturally bought into or participated or enjoined or something like that. Then I think it's well earned because it's independently culturally generated or engineered. I mean, I do think that, sort of, in some sense, that only happens perhaps if, there are lots of ways in which that might happen. That might happen if everyone belonged to the same church, or if everyone belonged to some other group or organization which is actually has some kind of culture of transparency and, sort of negotiation or something like that. But that requires a kind of psychological understanding and collaboration or conformity within a culture which is a high integrity culture. And I do think that the biggest impediment to this is essentially integrity. I wouldn't want to just give solidarity to people that, quite frankly, I don't believe deserve solidarity, because I don't believe in blind sympathy into some kind of nominal identity. I do think that it has to sort of be independently earned, and that would be what would be facilitated by us belonging to the same organization that had some fidelity within its membership or structure or something like that, or its capacity to support decision making, transparently in a coordinated way. Anyway, which, in some sense, it means that, well, the problems of the world are very simple. If everyone just got together and wanted to have a talk about it, and then could all agree on what it should be, and then they changed it to what it should be because everyone agreed, so that no one stopped them. Wouldn't that be nice? And why are people incapable of doing this? And it might seem childish that they're incapable of doing this, but it's actually the actual, there are lots of different sources of disagreement, and those are not trivial. The obstacles to solidarity are not actually trivial. They're not just obstacles to the good thing, because the good thing is not actually the good thing, as it were. The outcome of not having any obstacles is not the good thing. It's actually being able to resolve the obstacles, which is the good thing. And leftism, in some sense, is completely hypnotized around against that real confrontation and real work. They want to sort of skip over that because they've just kind of got the prediction that capitalism is not the end. Therefore, let's go to the alternative. It's a very inorganic and artificial kind of ideological game of hopscotch. And as far as I can see, that Habermas is prone to the same thing, just with some other snags. Now, I have another thing that's relevant to talk about, which is sort of a model of socialism, which I wouldn't want to live in, but which I think is actually at least morally self-consistent. And I think it's a good thought experiment because it actually exhausts the idea of socialism as being a good idea, because you can kind of see very quickly how things become a kind of it lets you sort of see the limit of trying to use political or societal, economic sort of means to solve the human condition. And the only thing it ends up doing is sort of creating a kind of collective responsibility for how people are treated, rather than a kind of more individual responsibility of, let's say, parents. That you've got more of a kind of automatic dependence on a kind of collective responsibility. And maybe that would be better than the average, but I think that in some sense it caps you in a suboptimal culture and in a suboptimal social structure. Anyway, I guess I'll continue this when I have more energy. So, I guess I'm just going to continue on now and finish off some of my ideas, but sadly, my general argument is devolving into just a general critique of the left again. But I do think it's appropriate. But I mean, I've got a recording that will have appeared just before this one, which will probably be at least 6 hours long, maybe even sort of 7 or 8 hours, I'm not sure. And within that, I go into a lot of different psychological structures, and I talk about inverse paradoxes that are based on conditions, making universal conditions out of what I generally sort of stereotype as hypergamous expectations or social conventions or participatory environmental awareness, or which is all things that I relate to the unconscious side of the mind, which is usually, you're seeing yourself in the third person in some kind of arena, in some kind of modeled environment that you have kind of expectations around, and these usually generate into things that are like games, which I consider that this is a very big sort of important way of developing the individual, is that you actually have to exhaust a game so that you can sort of transcend game mechanics and not be bogged down by them and not sort of rationalize them as an external locus of control and as an external source of value, because that turns into nonsense. But because then it forces you into a kind of coerced agreement, and where you have to sort of be a representative of the authority of that external source of value, and that usually takes the place in some kind of sympathy, excuse, narrative, or at least it forces you into the fatalism of some, or the necessity or the essentialism of some basic narrative, which alienates you from developing integrity in an internal locus of control, or epistemic responsibilism, and subverting your own epistemic agency into a nonsensical thing which then manifests as other problems or whatever. But there's a huge spectrum of this kind of how this manifests, and I've somewhat described this in many different ways. I sometimes call it that these inverse paradoxes are, in my view, what is going on with homosexuality. And there are many people who are not homosexual. It has nothing to do with their sexuality, but they still compartmentalize the same mechanism. And I've generally called that cerebral histrionic. So, you get many people who are cerebral histrionic who, I believe, they don't integrate this mechanism into their whole being like homosexuals would. Homosexuals actually are wanting to imprint themselves on some kind of naturalistic conditioning, that they see the environment so that they can create a subconscious belief paradox to try to work around it, but within it. And therefore, they're trying to make peace with the world, and they're trying to create sort of a private religion to get to transcend it, but in a kind of clubhouse kind of thing, but a clubhouse which they are trying to proselytize and universalize in terms of its appeal or in terms of its promotion, so that they usually create a belief set which they expect other people to adopt because it's a universal, let's say, coping mechanism with the condition of the world or something like that. So anyway, now I think that this can be compartmentalized into a kind of purely cerebral, abstract, and I think that this is roughly what is happening with most leftism, including Habermas. And the thing is that when you see, the thing is that because what the left proposes is generally, it's based on an argument of necessity that, well, we have to resolve uh, the implication of the Marxist hypothesis, which is that capitalism is coming to an end, it's unsustainable, therefore we need an alternative. And so as that excuse, then they already start imagining the alternative, and they do so without usually without making coherent concrete policy and concrete structures, and so they can kind of disguise what it is that they're doing from themselves because it's a hypothetical plan, or it's a plan that isn't fully rendered. So they have a kind of, they can always make good thematic arguments as to what they are suggesting or proposing, but they don't have to make concrete proposals, and therefore they can duck criticism while leveraging criticism. So it's this kind of, and then they can either, they can say that, well, the thing that's stopping our concrete deployment or our or rendering a concrete plan of action is that, well, we have the residue of the unsustainable system is our obstacle, and so people have imprinted on capitalism, and that is the problem. And so they can kind of duck the human condition or human nature or something like that, or duck the problems of developing psychology, or they can kind of trade between these two things. They can say, well, our inability to come up with a concrete plan is not our fault, and we're being intellectually humble, but we are certain about the necessity of our provisional, tentative grasping and groping at an alternative. So they dignify and they demand sympathy for their incoherent, kind of inductive program, which, inductive programs are quite frankly, I think, indistinguishable from Ponzi schemes. But anyway, they're not grounded in reason. They're grounded in some kind of necessity claim. And so anyway, so they keep on drawing on this source of a moral panic or a moral argument or a necessity claim, and then they can just divert the pressure between not having a practical, tangible, concrete program of action, or trumping up a moral indictment against everything that opposes them, or is not, so they just increase their critique of everything that is inconvenient to their general, as if their general suggested direction of travel is a step in the right direction, which they can't know that, because that is part of a kind of inductive generalization. It's a really weak form of thinking, and so they can get away with not understanding what they're talking about, essentially, and then they can also come up with thematically very solid constructions of analysis, if I can just put it like that, or forms of analysis, which confect the scenario in such a intellectually convenient way for their particular strengths and weaknesses, as it were, and allows them to constantly be able to pivot between either leveraging what I would say exacerbated or how can I say it, unwarranted critiques against systems and against what they supposedly oppose, or so they can trade the pressure in their lax ideology between that kind of outlet or a kind of faux intellectual humility where they know that what they're doing is experimental, but then they kind of rely on a kind of moral sanctimoniousness or egalitarianism or utopianism, essentially, which then they just have a general excuse for doing because of relying on the Marxist hypothesis or something like that. So I think Habermas is essentially prone to the same sort of thing, and I think it's evidenced in his own sort of hypocritical stuff. Anyway, there was a slightly stronger point that I had to make on this, which is I think that perhaps this is just a repetition for emphasis, but where was it? Yeah, that leftists, in some sense, and Habermas as well, can seem eminently coherent and reasonable until they actually have to make an actual proposal, an actual tangible, indication as to what policy should actually look like. And then their kind of egalitarianism, or what I've generally lumped in as a sympathy, non-value. And let me just tell you, like, how toxic this kind of egalitarianism is. I think that it's basically toxic because it is actually diminutive and dehumanizing in a very kind of subtle way. That you have you have a sentiment that isn't actually located or attached to your own understanding. It actually aberrates the understanding, or at least the capacity of any kind of subjective integrity or subjective grounding in your view. You're creating a hypothetical duplication of the self, and you're sort of putting yourself in a hypothetical imagination, and then you're imagining how you would like to be given something or something like that. And although that might sound like empathy, I don't think that is empathy. I think that is devoid of actual relationship. It's devoid of actual connectivity. The only thing that you're connecting to is your own fear of loss. And extrapolating your own fear of loss into some kind of general universal, and I do think that there is a kind of I think that there is bad faith, and I'm not saying that people that do this are actually intrinsically suffering from trauma. I actually don't think that. I think that they have actually more likely cottoned on to this false authority grifting, because this kind of intellectual or pseudo-intellectual game that is played, I think, is a game that is a dirty game that is picked up by 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds in the sandpit. And how they actually, it's actually very hard to overcome this, because I think you actually need a very, you need a kind of oversight from something like a parental figure that is very deeply attuned and capable of reasoning or communicating, pedagogically, the solution to this. And even that is not a guarantee to resolving this, because the individual still has to choose integrity, as it were. And I do think that essentially you have to create a low resolution internal locus of control, or a kind of bootstrapped internal locus of control. or at least the model of one, that even if it's not going to be able to solve every problem that comes your way, um, that you still have hope, that formulaically, that you don't have a proper understanding, a justified understanding, that is connected to your own low resolution beliefs that bootstrap integrity and the dependence on having responsibility. And, you know, when these things get trounced or encapsulated within conceptual paradoxes and things like that, and there are ways in which that one can, you know, get into abstraction and thinking of things from the top down, from the perspective of the unconscious, trying to reduce issues into categorical or sets of types and things like that. That, you know, the world has lots of arguments of false authority, and that are aberrative to the subjectively grounded, let's say, actual genuine relation or authentic relationship mentality. And I think that you can almost mesmerize people in a culture in which there is no exemplar of authentic responsibility or authentic integrity. If there's no, and how you really, I think, show authentic integrity is you show understanding at its limit, and that how it copes with something that exceeds its limit. And then you get a kind of model of stoicism, or you get a model of the bootstrap. And then you understand the value of the necessity of the bootstrap, and in some sense, a model of how it looks in some kind of belief. And, you know, that you could say is, you know, archetypally, you know, that's like a mini crucifixion in some sense. But before you actually have your own ego crucified, as it were, you need to have the correlating belief set that enables one to navigate that journey, if I can put it like that. But, you know, the crucifying ego is a later um, when I say later, I mean, maybe it's not necessarily. Maybe you can do it at a very, very young age. Um, but at some point, uh, the identity complex is not properly formed. The oceanic so I'm just thinking about something else right now. You know, it is this is slightly, you know, I find it interesting that a lot of people who really diminutize the whole, you know, sort of the reach of psychology, in my view, that they, in effect, that they diminutize these things, have very strict dogma about psychology, have very strict views about it, which help them solidify their worldview. Uh, and you know, and also how sort of reluctant they are to have their dogma questioned or probed, or because they need it, that they need that collateral support for their narrative, um, that is used to buttress their beliefs. That are essentially all dependent on an external locus of control, and therefore, you know, basically antithetical to proper integrity. Anyway, Yeah. So anyway, what I've just said earlier about modeling integrity or whatever, obviously that can be done on an individual level, but there's also, I mean, I do have this general sociological reduction, which I think, I mean, it remains to be proven, but I mean, I hope and I think that it would, that this is how things work. People have said that politics is downstream of culture. I believe culture is downstream of legal theory. I think when you have a legal system and a legal culture, as it were, that will invariably find itself manifested in the people themselves. That essentially the conceptualization of justice is an important feature that with because in some sense that is the closest thing we have to a kind of sociological metaphor of accountability and integrity. And if that is essentially a kind of hodgepodged, fudged, you know, just kind of, you're just trying to cobble together anything just so that you have a high trust society. You know, if your justice system is built on maximizing trust and not built on maximizing integrity, then you've already kind of got a fundamental iniquity there that is also becomes a metaphor for how you can get away with your own iniquity, and how iniquity is essentially covered by the system, because if you follow that general pattern, then you are just as how justice is administered within your society. So I do think that it is important to have a very high degree of integrity within the justice system, and also that this is also how I think equality, in the kind of egalitarianism that Habermas actually cares about, equality before the law, is actually much more important. You know, Habermas wants a kind of sympathy and egalitarianism that is ensured by everyone having certain basics. Now, I do agree with that. I do think that the state, but I do think that that needs to be administered in a much more complicated way, which was actually that was properly defined or properly grounded within the South African Constitution, where the constitutional right is access to housing, access to socioeconomic rights, and that access must be real or tangible, and you know, within the means of the state, it must be progressively realized. So essentially, the state has an obligation to promote access, and there are many ways to actually achieve access. You can give people access by giving them the thing, but I would argue that an intelligent government, what it would instead do, by actually keeping into the spirit of the Constitution, is it would do the most indirect means possible of providing access, because if you provide access by the most indirect means possible, that will be the more empowering method, rather than making people dependent on the state. So if you say instead that if you want a house and you can't give one, you can't afford one yourself, then you get access by joining a program where you learn a skill that helps you build houses with other people, and then that sort of subsidized project by the government then helps you build your own house or something like that. Obviously, there are other ways. You know, there are other ways of sort of doing that, where you know that you have a bigger program with more specialization or something like that. And so then by the end of that program, you get your house, but you also have a kind of marketable skill, and you want to do it as less directly as possible, because you don't want to disrupt the actual market of actually being able to provide access to people. Because you know, you don't have to provide, the government doesn't have to provide access if they already have access. So you know, just generally improving people's education and their development of their skills into being more productive, and you know, means that you know, if everyone is effectively economically viable or, and able at a certain point, and the market doesn't have any weird, you know, monopoly going on that prices are exorbitant, you know, if you actually have functioning markets and things like that, then all these things are taken care of with just a little bit of massaging, perhaps, at improving things or something like that. So I do think that the government can sort of improve things, but it has to do so very intelligently. And I think usually how it does this is that it doesn't use the strong arm of regulation. It uses the soft arm of the threat of being regulated to force people into transparency, where you're actually forcing market players to create more transparent, let's say, market enabling or market friendly practices that are good for all those involved, or something like that. That you kind of, so government has a different kind of model where it's not. It's massaging coordination for more intelligent management of resources, something like that. And I mean, there are actually very good examples of this, which were some I mean, there are industries in South Africa which were doing much better when the government was actually involved in this kind of model. In the although it's somewhat interesting that it had to do with farmers selling produce. South Africa is one of the main sources of fruit production in the world, and we export fruit. And there was a government system put in place where you were not allowed to, a producer of fruit was not allowed to sell to a foreign buyer directly. They had to buy it from something like a cooperative, which was a kind of like a national cooperative. And so everybody's produce was graded, and then within that grading system, foreign buyers would buy the fruit from a single seller. And many people were chomping at the bit, wanting to remove this regulation and remove this system, because they were tempted by being given tentative offers from foreign buyers for that your fruit is better than other people's fruit, so we'll give you a more premium price for your fruit. And they did actually win their court case, so they dissolved this structure. And in 2 seasons, in 2 years, the whole price of the fruit collapsed, because in a market divided, you fall. Because forcing everyone to deal with one seller, one national seller, meant that all of the foreign bidders had to bid against each other, and that stabilized the price into a more stable and also customary kind of price that was based on the value of the produce to the buyer. And now, because the sellers were all divided, it became the floor. You didn't get that kind of pressure on production. And kind of, you just shake up one seller by not allowing them to sell their produce, or no one buying their produce from them, and then they undercut the market, and then the price and the entire commodity kind of collapses. So anyway, I mean, I thought, it was it. I mean, I actually told one of these farmers that were doing this. Or you could say that I emotionally threatened him. I didn't threaten him with anything illegal. But I basically cursed him out. I said, this is what's going to happen in the future, and you're such an idiot that you could have listened to this, and you could have avoided all of this, because what I was trying to do which is actually what should have been done in the first place, was that after the removal of this regulation, I was trying to get all the producers, or at least a vast majority of them, that would control the bulk of certain types of fruit. I was trying to get them to create a private version of the same national structure. And I created, or I helped. No, I didn't create it, but I envisaged it, and I was essentially canvassing for it, and this one farmer, anyway, he basically broke the back of that kind of idea. And anyway, but I mean, essentially, that would be the actual, I mean, that's the problem with people, essentially. And that's also why government can help lubricate certain things if you have an intelligent government that actually, is so that's the kind of social democracy that I sort of believe in. The problem is that it's often prone to unintelligent charlatans that can make lowest common denominator, kind of promises, and they often, let's say, appeal to the lower angels or the lesser angels in people's mentality. But you can augment that by having a very strong judiciary with very strong values, where individuals, when they are being trampled on, can go to court and at least shield themselves from some of these supposedly well-meaning, democratically infused ideas that are actually infringing on other people's intelligent organization. That you're not forced to just kind of, which is why I think that it was actually correct that this regulation was actually removed, technically speaking, even though in effect it was better than the people themselves could have actually affected. Anyway, but anyway, it's what was I saying? I mean, this is the biggest problem. Is that basically people. It's very hard to help people when they don't actually have their own reasoning and integrity and capable of understanding or negotiating. Or because they are in some kind of cult of false authority, or in some kind of sympathy game that they are playing, or some kind of external value which they're chasing after, and so they're. I mean, I can give you. I mean, there is a beautiful example of, because I mean, I learned from my own tangible experience of this, and it's very interesting. Is that famously, there's a British producer of they sell berries. I can't remember what kind of berry. I think it's blueberries, and it's amazing when you're actually in these farming markets, or I don't mean when you're actually in the market of selling produce, the fluctuation in prices is utterly, it's ridiculous. That the price of berries suddenly goes up and suddenly goes down. It fluctuates quite radically. It's crazy almost, and that is generally, that's one of the ways that because that's market signaling, and because when the demand exceeds supply, then the price elevates itself until the demand abates, and so the price is keeping on being driven up until people actually say, okay, well, it's too expensive, I will reduce my consumption, or reduce my order, so that there is actually enough supply to meet demand. And so you actually get these fluctuations all the time. Now, there's this blueberry farmer, and he produces a lot of blueberries, and and I spoke to him and I helped set up this whole thing. I was like, what would actually help you? And it's crazy, um, but if you could actually find a seller of your product that would give you a fixed price, and it doesn't matter if the price of your produce goes up or down, you sell it at that same price, and that will actually peg your, it kind of, you see, you can't prove this perfectly, but it creates a kind of ballast. It almost creates a kind of statistical support for the price of the produce. Um, and but you have to sell it in a different kind of form. And what this farmer does is he sells his blueberries as a kind of, as a syrup, as a concentrate that is part of a juice, which is, perhaps this is not a good thing to say, because juice is actually, juice without fiber is not actually good for people. It's actually quite bad for them metabolically. But anyway, it is just an example of economic relations. This is actually a win-win for the farmer, even though in many seasons he is selling a certain percentage, perhaps even half of his produce, at below the market going rate. But it's actually, it's creating a, it's minimizing, in some way it's reducing supply. Uh, anyway, I can't even remember the whole thing. So, but anyway, and it's weird when you are the recipient of something that is almost like a kind of, it's not an individual interaction, because it must feel weird that you're doing something for everyone in some sense. You're stabilizing the price. You're you're helping to peg the price at a certain level, or at a certain resistance to moving lower than that, and and then you can profit from that with the rest of what you're selling to the market. And so the thing is that you are helping the rest of the market. You're actually doing something in order to have an effect on the entire market. And so because you're actually interacting with the global mechanic and not the individual interaction mechanic, it feels weird because you're doing something that perhaps all the other producers aren't also doing. So you're taking a kind of fundamental leadership in contrast to other producers, or hypothetically to other producers. But if you just put that out of your mind and you still just do it for yourself, stoically as it were, even though you are bearing the weight of the entire market, that's what you are trying to affect. You're trying to affect the entire market of this particular commodity, or see, and that's the kind of thing that most people, they can't break that firewall. They can't, uh, and you can only do that if you actually have real integrity, as it were. If you actually have an internal locus of control, will give you the basic kind of tool of stoicism that's actually grounded in an internal locus of control. So yeah, I do think that there is something to stoicism that you could call it sort of the preliminary belief set that facilitates later on the egoic crucifixion. Because it's one thing, Stoicism, I would say, is a virtuous impulse that you have to do in your low resolution beliefs, but you do actually also have to prepositionally, it has to actually be rendered propositionally as well in the thinking, as it were, in the actual stream of consciousness. It has to you actually have to know that you have an understanding that is justified about these things, which is something that only the ego prepositionally can confirm. And by the way, the understanding also has to bring home the bacon, as it were. It actually has to deliver on what it's. But there are also the mechanics between the understanding and the subconscious belief set, which are. Anyway, I have 8 hours of talking about stuff like that, so let me not just talk about it here. But anyway, but it is interesting because you see, this is almost like this is a psychological problem. It's not a sociological problem. It's not a structural societal problem. And if you try to if you try to conflate the psychological issue with your polemic around it being anti-capitalism or anti some social system, you really have lost the plot. And then you just create a kind of cult around, well, we need more egalitarianism. Did I finish that idea about why egalitarianism is is that the only way to actually have a proper regulated egalitarianism is something like the rule of law and equality before the law, or as it is phrased only in the South African Constitution and in no other constitution. Very important. By the way, equality is not actually a right, it's a practice. But the closest thing that relates to the right to equality is equality before the law. But it's phrased in the South African Constitution, equal protection and benefit of the law. Equal protection and benefit of the law. In America, they only have a right of equal protection of the law, not protection and benefit. You see, they can't make that prescription of benefit because that would put a substantive bind on the legislature to promulgate law and invent public goods. Because if you had to have an equal benefit, then how would you measure that? You would have to have values that then were systematically and principally upheld consistently, and politics wouldn't be able to do that. You would have to have an independent judiciary from politics to be able to do that, and the American justice system is completely married to the democracy, and is the subordinate partner. So they haven't got their framing straight, they haven't got their story straight, they haven't got their system straight and coherent. The South African Constitution has equal benefit and protection of the law. Anyway, and it has a limitations clause in terms of how all the rights in the Constitution can be limited only according to that limitations clause and the lettered subclauses. And lettered subclauses cannot be overlooked. They have to be used. They are part of the limitations clause. Enumerated subclauses are oh man, I can't think of the technical grammatical words now, but because the lettered subclauses are cases of the main clause. They are intrinsic to the main clause. Lettered subclauses are intrinsic to the main clause. Numbered, enumerated subclauses are possible cases of the main clause. So sort of when you're looking at numbered subclauses, it's sort of, they may or may not apply. You know, they are they are not, the enumerated subclauses are not sufficient cases that satisfy the main clause, but the lettered subclauses are sufficiently component parts of the main clause. And anyway, I'm just making a technical point that the Constitutional Court has betrayed the Constitution in not using the subclauses of the limitations clause in limiting it says very clearly that the rights in the Constitution may only be limited in accordance with the limitations clause. That it is not possible to limit a right in the Constitution, a right in the Bill of Rights in the Constitution, except with regard and with full due process of bringing to bear the limitations clause. And that was not done with supposed black economic empowerment, transformation, racialist ideology and racialist policy. That was not done. The subclauses were ignored because they invented this bullshit called the governmental prerogative, which they imported from the corrupt American legal tradition, or the deficient American legal tradition, and they said, well, it's justified by democracy. So they used democracy to justify why Constitutional Court judges did not actually uphold the sanctity of the Supreme Constitution, and it is their duty and their obligation to make sure that anything inconsistent with the Constitution is declared unconstitutional and thereby unlawful. And they have failed to do that, and that is a crime against humanity. It is a crime against humanity which, quite frankly, I personally would not have a problem sentencing these people to death. I think that, look, this is a bit of an emotional thing perhaps, but I would, if I was the judge in the case, I wouldn't sentence them to death because it would be unfair in a liberal open democracy where there are many citizens who do not believe in the death penalty. But I think historically speaking, it would be appropriate to put a cap on this kind of abuse and this kind of constitutional damage, which is a kind of villainy which is, it deserves a kind of punishment which really does exceed almost the system itself, because it is a perversion of the system that is really it should carry the same weight that in earlier epochs treason would carry. It's a, not that I'd necessarily respect treason in systems that have deficiencies and that have iniquities, like what's to be treasonous against your sovereign false authority, there's something perhaps revolutionary or even laudable about being treasonous to systems that are fundamentally problematic, because then maybe in some sorry, I'm making a very strange general claim that you're working towards unentangling the false authority and perhaps getting these snakes laid out straight, that there's maybe something to rebellion because you're helping make a mess of something. To look, I mean, I don't exactly believe this. I do think that some messes are better than other messes, because some messes are actually good at catalyzing and precipitating, let's say, the some antitheses are better than other antitheses in terms of deriving a synthesis that is actually capable of transcending the intrinsic tension. Anyway, yeah. So I mean, anyway, I mean, you can kind of see that I'm slightly have some kind of Hegelian influence upon me, but I have, I think, very carefully known, even when I was exposed to some some representative of Hegelian idea, that it's a it doesn't fly as a belief. It flies as a prepositional process, and you have to use it as a prepositional process. If you try to drive it as a belief, you're going to create a kind of formulaic dependence paradox and a weird kind of blind faith formulaic cult or something like. Anyway, but and I'm somewhat beating a dead horse at this point, but I think that in some sense, for certain kinds of constitutional damages, what would be appropriate is a status. Like when someone is guilty of a crime of dishonesty, they cannot become a trustee anymore. They cannot become the director of a company. Certain things are barred if you are found guilty of a crime against dishonesty. And I do think that there needs to be some kind of disgraceful status which is appended to people like constitutional court judges who have rendered judgments which are palpably anti-constitutional, especially, but maybe particularly, in the case of their non-repentance, or if at least their repentance is not eminently conspicuously authentic. But if they still rationalize their fundamental betrayal of the Constitution, I think that there is actually a kind of it's one thing for someone who isn't a constitutional judge to produce constitutional damages. Although I do think that perhaps people like Julius Malema have somewhat crossed a line in holding themselves out to be totalitarian Führers. I think that that is also. I mean, I would also be okay with sentencing someone like that to death. But again, the problem really is in. I do think that you could make really a respectable argument as to the kinds of extenuating circumstances that make that a useful way to create a special red flag about how morally repugnant the character of these people are. And I think that there is still a case that certainly if they are not repentant, I do actually think that that is rather let me not say not repentant. If they are explicitly defiant to the finding of anti-constitutionalism and the implication of that in terms of their guilt in the form of their remorse in response to that guilt, if they are actually overtly defined to that, I think that uh, you see, and for people who are listening to this and are thinking, oh, I've gone off the deep end or something like this, I mean, I think that you really don't take reality seriously enough, or you don't take morality seriously enough. I mean, this is really the difference between a system that actually takes the liberal intolerance paradox seriously and is actually capable of diffusing a Hitler before the Hitler has a coup and Kristallnacht and seizes power. And although I do think that if things were functioning more properly, if the liberal democratic frog hadn't been boiled in the democratic illiteracy of normalizing racial consciousness because in some sense I think that it's the Constitutional Court judges who opened the door to this kind of escalation of a liberalism and also unaccountable governance. This is also, this is not just a moral thing. This has actually caused tangible damage, not because of the damage to the democracy in terms of democratic illiteracy, because of creating this normalization of racial consciousness. It has created the perfect disguise for corruption, because you can rationalize anything under the banner of racial consciousness and black solidarity. So, all of this has gone on essentially promoted by the Constitutional Court, or permitted by the Constitutional Court. It's utterly disgusting. Anyway, I must actually try to give partially some of this recording to a lawyer who might be working on this case, or a similar kind of case like this at the moment. Anyway, I'll get him to try to listen to this stuff. Anyway, obviously it's very hard to make arguments like this because they are, technically speaking, contempt of court. They are themselves illicit. There is a revolutionary element to what I'm saying, which I mean is why I've often linked this to arguments of Cape independence, because if there ever was a viable constitutional argument for Cape independence, it's this one. It's the recovery of constitutional supremacy. I do actually think that that is the appropriate vector of adding the correct kind of pressure into the national sphere of politics. Because if you're going to violate the Constitution, then the Western Cape has every right to re-establish constitutional supremacy and to set up our own constitutional court so that we can recover what has been lost. And that also perhaps we can fight over the soul of the country and also indict the false constitutional court and its pretenders who have betrayed and subverted and who are themselves quite guilty. That make them really quite an ineffectual bunch of, it's weird. that, this is sort of the Constitutional Court have ironically been attacked by the ANC and by politicians, and even physically, their building was slightly, what's the word, vandalized, sort of at the same time. Where these black fascists were making these kinds of arguments that the court is a Western concept and it's holding the government back from more radical transformation, and it's institutionalized white supremacy, or all this junk kind of ideological bullshit. And and the Constitutional Court still largely symbolizes some pushback to the corruption in the government and some pushback from the rule of law. But in terms of justice itself, it has already destroyed the deep sense of justice. It has already compromised values on such a deep level that it's a bit of a farce, quite frankly. It would be one thing if the Constitutional Court, and I do think that sort of the whittling away at the Constitutional Court in terms of its indulgence into racialist ideology has ceded already so much ground that now, this is a false flag kind of operation, because in some sense corruption on a large scale already happens on such an industrial level within the racialist policy that it's just what is there's some kind of idiom for this. It's just what is the idiom? It's something like I can't think of. It doesn't, in for a penny, in for a pound. It's sort of it's already been betrayed. The idea, in terms of how it is sticking around, perhaps it does fall into the fascist category of argument, that it's just standing in the way of radical transformation, because it has already conceded the basic principle and the moral of the issue. It has already conceded into radical racialism. There's nothing non-racialist about the actual state of the law in its unconstitutionalism or its inconsistency with the Constitution. They really had to invent this governmental prerogative, and they had to actually not use, because you really have to use the equality clauses in conjunction with the limitations clause, and you have to go back and forth and use them multiple times to actually understand the kind of paradox that is being contrived by the government. Anyway, there are some specific grammatical things that have to be, but I don't want to talk about that in this recording, because it's going to just sound, it's not going to make sense, and I don't have the text right in front of me. But groups of persons, the idea that you can just kind of the government is allowed to make policy that is going to describe a group of recipients to be beneficiaries of some kind of transformation policy or affirmative action. But the idea that these people can be tokens of disadvantaged people and not actually categories of disadvantaged people is, quite frankly, it's so unreasonable and unconscionable that how anyone could try to fabricate a rationale to make that leap is, you have to have a deep racialist obsession, or I guess these constitutional court judges, they can say, well, look at the academics. There's so many people in academia who believe in this racial ideology stuff. So we were allowed, therefore, to reinterpret our entire constitution and debase it and subvert it. You know, it's literally the antithesis of social justice to treat people as representative tokens. It's utterly disgusting. They're going to reinterpret social justice in the Constitution in line with their racialist dogma. Quite frankly, there's just no excuse. Anyway, pontificated enough about this. So, yeah, I mean, these kinds of paradoxes. Well, this is thematically similar to the leftist type of thing. Okay, this is an addendum. I'm going to go on to talk about Habermas, and I think that I hope I'm pronouncing that roughly okay. I'm not really prepared at the moment to make a full discourse, a full critique and refutation, just because I don't have my own counter thesis in order. So this is going to be a bit sketchy. But everything that I said about Habermas, about his legal kind of dependency on democracy, was roughly all entirely correct. I've seen now through a secondary source a complete summary of his theory of law, and it is essentially the Napoleonic corruption. And I'm going to just highlight and sketch out why this is deficient. And to do so, it's easier to talk about historical things. It's easier to talk about Roman law. So the only, in my estimation, in my submission, the only legal traditions and legal systems to ever have the rule of law were South Africa on paper and the Roman law. Now, the Roman law itself is not such a huge achievement for it having the rule of law, because the law itself had a real politics baked into it. It wasn't based on values, or it did have values woven into it on some levels of canonized or legal maxims and legal principles, and in terms of sub-departments. But in terms of its overarching core feature, it privileged a kind of real politics and pragmatism and realism over commitments to things like individual dignity. So, you know, there was almost like there was only really one important, well, there were also, no, that's not true. I mean, but largely speaking, that, you know, there were two things in terms of Roman law. There was a Roman citizen, and there was the property of a Roman citizen, and actually there were a lot of other things as well, as sort of forms of non-Roman citizen, I guess. But in terms of a kind of core reverence, the class of people, and even when there was an emperor that would displace the functioning of the republic, which in actual almost legalese, they were referred to as tyrants. The law actually had a conception of a tyrant. And even the status of a tyrant was protected under the Roman law, that to kill a tyrant was a crime against the Roman law. So you can see how there was a kind of a reverence for harmony and stability and political stability that was above the private concern of some idealism or private notion of, the legitimacy of the form of politics of the republic over that of tyranny. So there was a concrete, solid, sort of crystallized view about what is eminently pragmatic. And in some sense, this bootstraps the sufficiency of the law, in some sense. So in some sense, the Roman law itself was a kind of living faith or a constitutionalism in the boundary of the state, or the state organism, which was a lot easier in those ancient times because, in fact, the emergence of Christianity and the only true conflict between the Roman law and Christianity was that it was illegal. Freedom of association did not exist as any kind of legal concept. And in fact, it was a crime to exercise something like freedom of association because it was a threat to the state. Because if you could freely associate with people, then it's hard to distinguish between a proto-insurrection or a proto-substate or a revolutionary enclave. So literally, being able to congregate with members of an organization, you had to be sanctioned by the state. You had to have permission. It had to be a state-sanctioned activity. So church congregations were in fact illegal. They undermined, anyway. So this was essentially probably the only crime that where a kind of revolutionary unlawfulness was in fact. So you can almost see that, sort of in terms of the secular impact that Christianity had in the world and how it actually, you could say that this thorn, which was culturally impregnated within culture, eventually changed the nature of Roman law and wore it down where it has to be synthesized. And I think that proper synthesis is in the form of the South African constitutional and legal tradition on paper, although it's been essentially destroyed or betrayed. It can be recovered and resurrected, but as it stands, it's fallen. It stands fallen. As the state of affairs are at the moment, it's a fallen structure. Anyway, so I'm just trying to show you that the rule of law, though, in the Roman times was, in fact, probably the core idea that made the Roman Empire great. Because although this was an ungodly, worldly kind of dominion, it was a better dominion than all other dominions because at least it was self-consistent. And its vision of accountability and integrity could be understood, and it could be rationalized, and it could be internally, So the problem is that it kind of, it does create a kind of identitarian nationalism, or a kind of narrative, or a kind of, that you have to kind of give yourself over to. You have to endorse it as being proficient or superior or something like that. And there are some parts of the Roman law which are certainly almost mystical in their brilliance. The jus gentium was almost a cultural technology where Roman law proved its its cultural technology as being superior to all other pretenders of coherence. It was a marvel of self-consistency, that then could also be the scaffolding of a kind of culture which, perhaps not as soulfully deep and profound as the Greeks, made up for that in terms of their ability to digest practical issues, because there was such a deep bootstrapping of coherence in the system that all comes at, just surrender yourself to the law of Rome, because surrendering yourself to the law of Rome is just a rational exercise. It's a very rationally edifying one as well, and it doesn't stop you from any of power games that you might play. You're allowed to be a tyrant still. You're allowed to, like, why would you ever have a problem with the law? The law enables you to affect your will, and it just forces some levels of self-consistency in your promulgation of your will. So, but it doesn't stop you from killing all your slaves. It doesn't stop you from even disposing of your wife. You might receive a cultural sanction from somebody else. You might be snubbed by somebody else, and if you're in the time of the emperor, then the tyrants can come over and confiscate everything because he doesn't like the color of your shoes or something like that. That's the one. The emperor, when the emperor was in effect, all the citizens of Rome became possessions of the emperor. That's what was the legal position under the tyranny, anyway. And, so it was interesting, the people who always fought against tyranny and tyrants, because they wanted a more decentralized culture with more paterfamiliases, more patriarchs that were actually in power in terms of creating a decentralized cultural power base, or a more decentralized kind of dignity. Because also, for people in the middle of a society, it doesn't really make too much of a difference. In fact, you might probably find it better under a tyranny to be in the middle of a society, because then at least there are other layers of consistency with the tyrant is usually imposing on the aristocratic houses, or is creating sort of because what the tyrant also does is the tyrant displaces the Senate and just decrees law, sort of public policy law. But those kinds of edicts don't countermand or contravene the basic legal actions which exist within the Roman law system, which are all based on general actions and utilize general principles. And so everyone has the same toolkit when they are actually in the content, or in the arbitration over the legal controversy. That although there is a bit of a loophole, because the emperor really is above the law and actually does kind of contain the law, but in some sense perhaps there was almost kind of like a cultural gentleman's agreement that he wouldn't sully the law, because why would he need to? Why would you remove rationality from a system, or coherence from a system, when that system already coherently respects your right to make your edicts law and to treat everyone as your property? So in some sense, because you give tyranny such absolute powers, they don't have any incentive to corrupt the processes through which things are arbitrated. Anyway, so the point that I'm saying about there's something that in the rule of law that we can see in the Roman example, the historical example, is that the law is independent and it conserves itself. it conserves itself in a way in which that we can be sensitive to in the present and, let's say, post-Christianity perhaps, and that it has a kind of iniquity built into it. Now, if we want to progress from that iniquity, if we want to transcend these sorts of things, then we really do have to bootstrap that the individual, the classical libertarian sort of ethos is only going to function if we can actually empower the individual. And I would say that the only way to properly empower the individual is also to expect the individual to have a certain bootstrapped grappling and confrontation of practical realities and pragmatic concerns. We can't create supplemental support systems and systematized excuses or whatever, like, yes, it would be nice to say, well, wouldn't it be better if we were all just nice to one another and we could all just get along and agree with one another? And yes, wouldn't it be nice? But you can't proceed as if what would be nice is the actual realizable, dependable state of affairs. It is not. That is to disrespect people's fundamental capability of freedom and choice. And they have that freedom of choice that can even develop their own character in a malformed way. They can develop malformed beliefs that are dysfunctional, but merely that they are dysfunctional does not mean that they can be disowned from the person's choice to endorse them or to carry them or to have chosen them. And trying to wipe away accountability and integrity of the individual is problematic. Now, the Social Democrat is trying to do certain things which, within certain limits, I think are fine to do, within a certain legal structural fidelity and integrity, it would be fine to do. But within what Habermas has done, you've got a real fuck up here. Because he basically says that, because he really wants to save collective sovereignty, if I can put it like that, or the autonomy of the public sphere. And he does this essentially by saying, well, as long as democracy is bound by some discourse theory or some discourse model of discourse, that as long as it's reasonable and rational, that all the participants in the discourse can say that these things are reasonable and rational, then that's enough. This is not enough. Like, trying to create the idea that you can play with the public manifestation of sovereignty as long as it's reasonable and rational to everyone in the democracy or something like that. Or the problem with this is the problem of accountability, is that this is quite an obscure paradox, but there is a paradox in this, and it has to do with time and iteration. Because you see, the democracy itself, who is the democracy? The democracy is, well, the democratic will of this time and place, or that set frame of discourse that could be said that everyone agreed that this was reasonable and rational within this frame of time. And then they can change their mind or reiterate what is reasonable and rational at some other new point in time. So, you have these different identities that are supposedly the same but are also different. So the majoritarian, reasonable and rational consensus can repromulgate. And so what are you doing with the concept of accountability and integrity in terms of the inconsistencies between potential iterations of, let's say, revamped constitutions? At least, look, so Habermas is depending on democracy too much, and then he's just trying to say, well, the only condition that he has is that you have this extra discourse theory criteria of reasonable and rational that is levied on top of it. This is the Americans, who have, in my view, also the same kind of Napoleonic corruption, at least had slightly more intuitive sense that their constitution, for instance, their Bill of Rights, which all exists in the amendment section of the American Constitution, can all be sectioned out. They can be essentially repealed and replaced, or just removed. You know, the amendments of the American Constitution can all be jettisoned and reconstituted. But if you do that, you actually, the Constitution is very clear. Everything in terms of the amendment of the Constitution is always addition, it's never subtraction. In effect, it might be subtraction, but it's always addition. So that means that all the sectioned out amendments are still there. They just are sort of, you could say, interpretatively, they're crossed out because they've been crossed out by further amendment. So you just write a new amendment that says disregard the last amendment. That's how they are sectioned out. As to almost leave a trail of dishonor, that, you know, the democracy is starting to look a bit shabby, starting to look a bit wobbly. Look at how it's almost, you know, it's like a serpent with its sorry, I can't think of the word. You know, it's sort of it's slithering around it's bending over on itself. You know, it's flip flopping so much. I mean, you can see this around. What's it called? I always forget the name of this thing. When they banned all the alcohol, I can't remember what's it called? Prohibition. I can't remember. I can't remember that. It's a word that sounds like prohibition, I think, or I can't remember. Anyway, that's embarrassing. Anyway, okay, so what should I say? I probably could have woven that piece of the argument in a more useful way, but anyway, now, okay, obviously, sort of Habermas's, you know, rationality and reason, sort of, well, I mean, because he is also trying to create a kind of model that encapsulates both the Continental tradition of what I would generally refer to as the Napoleonic corruption, and the American tradition that has some common law sentimentality bound within the legal theory. But common law is also not that great, because common law is also centered around the sovereignty of a parliament, or the sovereignty of the people. Even if that sovereignty is in the name of the monarch. But anyway, so essentially what this all ends up doing is it ends up trying to use democracy to have your cake and eat it. To be the kind of the people are the final check, or something like that. But this is the problem. Look, I can see that there's a kind of elegance to saying, well, the people are the final check. because, but I think that people do actually need more restriction, and that restriction comes in the form of accountability. You need to restrict people, even collectively, in terms of their collective autonomy, or whatever you want to call it, or collective sovereignty needs to be restricted by accountability. Otherwise, you're just opening the door to paradox, or illiberal paradoxes, like the liberal intolerance paradox. Because maybe their reason and their rationality, as manifested or permeated in some form of codified constitution, is not going to be enough to limit the intolerance paradox, or guard against it. So, and the idea that, well, then the democracy has to actively solve these problems for itself. Now, look, I mean, that's not without its elegance, as it were, but then that's turning politics into a kind of collective moral pedagogy, which is exactly what the American structure is, I believe. I do think that the American structure is essentially a kind of collective pedagogy, which, in my view, is undignified. It's undignified to the individual, and it diminishes the dignity of the individual, because you are depriving the individual from actual justice, and instead using justice as a sociological cauldron of which to try to brew some lowest common denominator, good for all, sympathy-based thing. Now, I do think that the reason why Habermas has constructed this problem is because of his general leftist kind of leaning, which I do think is, all leftists, I think, generally suffer, usually, and I say leftist, look, I try to exclude myself, because I do consider myself a kind of classical Marxist, but perhaps I'm not a leftist. And I do think that leftism is the vector. I mean, I'm very worried about identity politics and about collective narratives and totalitarianism, and I do think that the left is the cauldron of these things. It has a tendency to metastasize into these things, and it always comes from the left, I believe. This idea that, sort of the Nazis were ultra right wing or something like that is. Anyway, to just put all of that aside, that essentially this comes from the fact that people at a young age, they work out a stable cultural form of using cultural conventions to create false authority, or to create essentially they work out that sympathy is the commodity or the fuel in which false authority can be performed. And I say false authority, maybe they don't think it's false. Maybe they think this is the only authority that exists in society and in culture. They're completely enculturated into false authority, and they work out that this is the most humane form of creating aggregations of influence upon people's agreement, that they can sort of coerce people or pressure people into acquiescing to the dominion of this kind of rationalization of sympathy, that is almost how you can kind of hypothetically corral people, because they all share the same fear, and they all believe that the same fear should be universally indemnified by some system of compensation, or some kind of generalized safeguard. So, it's a safety racket, as it were. It's a protection racket. It's a kind of intellectual mafia way of aggregating or tapping into the button of cultural sympathy, which is also quite a feminine thing, which I'm not going to, that's in the 8-hour recording, I'm not going to talk about gender here, but But it is interesting because you could say that there is a kind of there's this is I mean this is also a natural consequence of leftism, is that it also obscures, let's say, the part of the human condition that has to do with sexual energy and sexual drive and sexual competition and sexual selection strategies. That sort of there's a kind of uh, substitution for having to concern oneself with these very sort of practical matters, or also spiritual things that have to sort of be outgamed or transcended. That, you know, trying to leftism in some sense is a metaphor of sort of a kind of collective hermetic, sort of gender hermetic, brokered peace and compromise within sexual selection, um, which is generally sort of not only a huge blind spot, but also the thing that is often, I think, it fuels the intellectualism, because the intellectualism itself becomes a kind of sensuality of representing a system of of that encapsulates and encompasses you, and so long as it's not allowed to ever become a tangible, coherent, concrete plan, and it stays somewhat thematically hypothetical, you can just kind of use this as a surrogacy, I think, for intimacy, because it's one way of sharing one's uh, ability to work on problems that would otherwise have to be managed stoically individually and communicated in an actual, you know, sort of intimacy bubble. But essentially compensatory systems and sort of protection rackets are themselves a kind of feminine supplement, in the sense of that I mean, I find, oh, sorry, this is getting into gender, but you know, the kind of the weird kind of hypocrisy of many feminists who say that they want equality and they want to be treated the same, but also different and distinct. You know, and that's sort of fundamentally insufferably inconsistent. But that this, you know, sort of strange kind of I do think that gender relations are quite toxic, but I lay this at the feet of women and girls. But I mean, there are also special reasons why they're susceptible to this, is because of the sexual dimorphism within the sexual marketplace and the opportunistic strategies that are different for men and women, or boys and girls, as they develop into some kind of sexualization or sexual enculturation. And essentially, women play on this button in this game where all interactions are essentially are used as almost opportunistically as a all interactions are metaphorically being gamed as a kind of as either a foreplay or sex itself. in terms of that there is no sort of distinction for a woman between private and public, that they must sort of be able to have the same authentic expression, that there is no sort of public intellectual voice and private intimate voice, that they must be consistent, that there is no sort of different register that they must be able to affect. They must be holistically the same and sort of strangely integrated. Now, I think that this is a natural strategy of being able to leverage implication and innuendo, in being able to leverage expectations onto other people and expect them to come up with how to rationalize and sort of come up with some kind of theory of reasonableness, in terms of, so in some way it's a way for a woman to export concerns, or it's a way to outline a goal and to sort of divert responsibility for achieving it, and engaging in that is also a kind of, is itself perhaps a testing ground and a prelude to, let's say, the stable traditional gender role, or correspondence between gender roles. And you can see that why women would gravitate towards this, and it would be a natural inclination for a woman to do this, is because of sexual dimorphism. When women are pregnant, they are very vulnerable, and they need to be provided for and catered to, and they need to be able to trust someone that they can depend on to provide for them. And so outsourcing responsibility, you can see, is a viable sexual selection strategy. And men tolerating this and competing in order to be able to offer or pander or deliver on such expectations, and therefore also the cultural milieu or atmosphere of standard expectations or cultural conventions, which are generally leveraged by women against men. We see how, sort of how culture or sociological structures are generally, I would say, leveraged by women, and they are victims, and let's say they lose their agency to the extent to which that they seek merely to profit from the system, that they have this kind of opportunity cost, that if they don't continue playing the extractive game, they lose access perhaps to extraction and exploitation of masculine energy. But to the extent to which they do divest from that strategy, to the extent that they don't divest from that strategy, they are countenancing their own surrender of their own agency in some sense. So, and then that can also lead to a secondary sort of paradoxical ideological projection as to what their agency was actually capable of, and then they sort of try to also take or extract on behalf of what they estimate was lost by their sacrifice of agency for their own exploitative extraction, so, and then they end up in a relationship with their own expectations and their own sociological imagination, where essentially they are the game masters and everybody else is just a player in that game. But anyway, so this is an age-old archetype, Eris, the Discordia is the Roman name of Eris, has this property of chaotically rejecting masculine energy or masculine provisioning when it has no concrete, coherent, ulterior measure of acceptance, so that it knows what it doesn't want, but it doesn't say what it would want instead. It doesn't have a coherent view of that, and so it ends up just continually vortexing itself. Now, anyway, I do think that leftism, in some sense, often is treading water in a similar vein, in a similar theme of that kind of cultural I don't know what to call it, phenomena. And I think that women do have a different burden than men, biologically speaking, and I think that does have. I mean, this is the thing that makes men and women the most different. Is our sexual anatomy is radically different, and that leads to sexual strategies that are, almost inverted to one another, and that creates a kind of cultural game that is what I think gender is, in a spiritual metaphor, is actually a feature that does need to be understood and transcended in the mind into some kind of spiritual hermeticism. But and I think that this is perfectly feasible to do within pedagogy, but within the kind of the state that culture is in, for no reason. I mean, no reason that has anything to do with capitalism. We've regressed quite badly from the progress we were making in non-sexism, which is because non-sexism is not to say that men and women are the same. That would be a stupid assertion to make. This conflation of egalitarianism into sameness is really, a kind of the sympathy kind of. So I was going to actually, I've gone off on a bit of a rabbit hole, but the actual, I was going to make a point about how the sympathy is essentially just the food or the fuel for moral authority, which is a kind of influence, and that kind of influence is strangely this amalgamate of masculine and feminine, but perhaps in a kind of paradox, which ends up being sort of, generally speaking, more feminine than masculine. Where everyone is speaking on behalf of their soul and not on behalf of the actual active force in terms of actually a concrete proposal. And anyway, sort of the thing that is displacing, coherent active plans is sort of making sympathy a kind of tangible commodity, because it is, I think, a kind of cult of cultural power at the end of the day. It is more about being able to congregate people or corral them by the dominion of rationalization of sympathy. because it's like a paradoxical argument. It's argued, well, at least as far as, let's say, lowest common denominator arguments go, anyone who doesn't have integrity will have to buy into the cultural necessity of having to render sympathy when it is demanded. It's sort of like, I mean, I see it more as a rationality cult, but that it has just kind of, I mean, that's what I think the left essentially is. But a form of cerebral histrionic that has sort of made its first link in the associative chain of rationalization is sympathy. And I do think that that is sort of the one ring to rule them all. And the thing is that then it's such a vague thematic kind of dominion that then, you can sort of scrounge up the sympathy between hypothetically talking about the things that could be done and wouldn't it be nice, or contrasting that with some other set of things. Of how all of these systems are suboptimal and evil or wicked because it's just a kind of dominion of some other kind, and so the dominion of sympathy would be preferable to the dominion of this other kind. And so it's a kind of it's a trading up game. It's a kind of lowest common denominator table thumping from influence of but with some kind of moral pretension. While at the same time demonizing the hope in liberal devolution of power into the individual. It really has this kind of, I think it is aggregated around this idea that, well, if one person acts for the good of the system, or a few people act for the good of the system, but the rest don't act for the good of the system, and then they use that extra goodness of the system to create more profitable forms of exploitation, then it's the thing that would smooth over that or would reconcile that is being able to compel people with sympathy. That if we could just create a kind of authority that is allowed to impose its will based on a sympathy directive, so I mean, I do think that is basically what it's imaginatively toying with. And I think that this was learnt, in the sandpit when you were 4 years old. I think that that's where this comes from, is that you noticed that this was that this was how authority of parents, or mommy morality, sort of thumb sucked what's the word? Thumb sucked conciliation of a kind of high trust compromise, or a kind of, but, or a compromise that is made to sort of increase trust, but sort of at the same time corroding integrity. You see, like this is what happens when supervision or things that are adjudicators try to judge things which don't properly belong into their ambit of adjudication, or they try to answer questions that they can't know the answer to, rather than allowing the system to be bootstrapped by saying this cannot be answered or this cannot be adjudicated. There needs to be more evidence, or come back if you can sort of, like, there's insufficient evidence for this one, try to, within your participation in the future, be a quicker agent, so that you can avoid this unsatisfactory outcome of not being able to extract justice from an adjudicator. Sort of not sort of trying to come up with a one-size-fits-all answer, or trying to always have an engine that can render an answer to any question, to try to create a kind of ideological brainiac, which was the thing in the Superman comic book that destroyed Krypton, because it was put in charge of everything. And it was fundamentally an unhuman thing. It didn't care about, it was so much more intelligent supposedly than the things that it was supposedly caring for. This is the archetypal brainiac. It destroys worlds, it destroys planets, because it already hollows out a culture from integrity. It displaces it with a kind of with a substitute false authority. And I do think that all leftism generally is of this quality of brainiac, moral promulgation, anyway, which, within just the moralizing it and keeping it abstract, you can avoid manifesting the paradox, because the paradox only comes when you actually look at the concrete policy and then actually try to have an independent understanding of how that concrete policy actually interacts with all the facets involved. Because it just kind of, it tries to game the system by forcing you to take on a collective perspective and not a subjective individual perspective. And so it is also anathema to real relatedness, real relationships, real empathy, and it displaces that with this very brittle, rationalized, cerebral pontification. And, anyway, it really does fall into the false religion poem of Marx himself. You're not going to cull the living flower if you are stuck in those songs. Anyway, I was going to make a whole module about how also, but anyway, I think that this is the main core of toxicity, that is why leftism often degenerates into totalitarianism. Now, like, I'm very sensitive to the problems of the American democratic structure. I mean, anyway, but I think that those are sort of political problems that are manifesting for thematically similar reasons, but it's because the American constitutional system does not actually resolve the liberal intolerance paradox. And if it did do so, individuals would be empowered in such a way that they could actually protect themselves from governmental overreach and also protect themselves from large centralized concentrations of power within society as well. You really need a constitution that gives you rights that you can leverage not only against the government but also against other private actors. Although I do think that structurally speaking is not so necessary in the South African legal tradition, because the Roman law itself, which we inherited in the South African legal tradition, had such a coherent substantive legal basis, which was actually made for aristocrats. I mean, the Roman law was made for Roman citizens to sue other Roman citizens. And so it had to be all above board and on the square. It had to be it had to be the sword that cuts both ways. The only thing that was really problematic with the Roman law was the procedural law was not ideal. But anyway, that's not really important. You can always understand procedural law obviously has to have some kind of substantive principles and rigor, sort of, that it accords to, but that it's a technological kind of thing that was improved on by other legal structures, predominantly the British procedural law. Was actually, so I mean, South Africa has really the best of both worlds, where we have the Roman Dutch substantive law and we have the British procedural law. Perhaps these things could even further be refined in terms of homogenizing those things now, since we've had a constitution. Perhaps it's not something that I have any expertise in. I'm just saying this academically, as in hypothetically. Anyway, or sorry, speculatively, I mean. Anyway, let me stop babbling now. I think I've covered this topic to death. But yeah, the rule of law needs to be independent of politics, and it needs to have values and a system that's capable of conserving its own values so that it is actually independent. Then you can actually have a source of accountability, which is a mirror that doesn't get warped by democratic moving of the goalposts, which is a way of warping accountability and warping integrity. And that is basically, I think, the fulcrum or the axis around which people like Habermas, I think, has fallen into the Napoleonic corruption. He's tried to harmonize things that shouldn't have been harmonized. He was harmonizing things that should have been critiqued. It is a failing of his commitment to libertarian ideals, essentially. It is his disrespect of the individual capacities and fundamental dignity, ironically speaking. He doesn't give the individual enough capability in his thinking. He gives it far too much sympathy instead of the kind of fundamental respect that is required of something that is capable of so much choice and freedom. And because he errs on the side of fear rather than on the side of freedom, he doesn't want to give the task of bootstrapping to the individual. Instead, he panders sympathy. Anyway, I've explored some psychological elements as to why that might be the case. Okay, so I'm not entirely sure how to introduce this further addendum because it is not the case for all leftist thinkers, and it's a bit of a. I think it is an element that is psychologically at play. Perhaps it's unconscious for a lot of people, and it's very easy to be prone to this unconsciously, even though it's never been a conscious part of the impetus. It's a natural, indirect, and welcomed indirect diversion, if I could put it like that. So this comes from the consequence that, in how I was just describing things about sympathy and things about, in terms of not wanting to improve the general condition of the market for other people who are essentially ungrateful or not sufficiently sympathetic with that general project of improving the general health of the collective. That sort of no prospective project or program that improves the lot of everyone or more people than the people in the activity should in some sense go unpunished as a cause or as a source for influencing others or impressing others. That they should be forced to give sway over themselves for, in some at least token of gratitude or some, sort of respect of some sort of basic solidarity, so that you can actually live in something like a community where there is sort of respect going both ways. The problem is that whenever you try to conscript this kind of respect, rather than trying to do it through free contracts, you end up doing something quite bad in terms of the categorical imperative, if I can just put it like that and not cerebrate on it too much. Now, the problem is that this whole mechanism of that sort of no prospective project of do-goodery should go unpunished for those who don't sort of automatically allow themselves to surrender into the cultural vortex of automatically respecting these things, or fundamentally, having to play along or having to sort of give credence to this. In some sense, it is an assault on the kind of libertarian default setting of the individual, and it does so sort of at the cost of individual integrity, or even a kind of trespassing on some version of fundamental dignity. But it kind of excuses itself for doing that because it's rational and reasonable, and then it just expects that everyone should have these sympathies inside of them, rather than actually, having to contend with people who don't have these sentiments or these sympathies, and it doesn't really know how to deal with that. It doesn't know how to actually induct them, because if you actually went through the process of contractually inducting them, you would end up having to create a far more sophisticated structure that would no longer work the same way, and it would also make coherent or evident the actual abrogation that was occurring, the actual trespassing, because people would realize that the kinds of overt contracts that you would have to leverage in order to maintain such a system would actually be on some level unconscionable. They would be too restrictive. It would be like signing away your right of revocation. You in common law, you can always revoke a contract. If you revoke a contract, yes, you have to pay other kinds of penalties, perhaps, for revocation, but you have to sort of remove from the individual the right of revocation. Anyway, now I do think that this whole basic mechanism does become a metaphor for a sexual style of expression, or the expression of sexual energy, the modus of expressing sexual energy or drive. and it ends up becoming a kind of a control over sexual selection strategies, which is divorced and ungrounded from the individual. And what it roughly ends up being is a kind of form of intellectualism that seeks to substitute the sexual market game with a kind of intellectualism about collective utility. So it's almost like leftism can become a status-seeking club to overcome, let's say, ulterior strategies that can be vilified as being sort of unwarranted in how they are dominating. So, in some sense, it could generally be summarized as trying to remove the evil of money over the sexual marketplace. That there are some forms of playing the field of the sexual marketplace that should be removed from society, because then it would be easier for everyone to play a more sort of humanitarian system of that status seeking should be a more homogenized and simplified kind of structure. So and that sort of intellectualism and status, and a kind of intellectualism that is bent towards the collective good, should have a kind of guaranteed status appended to it. And the problem is that this is this ends up actually being an untenable conflation, because it trespasses too heavily against the libertarian default, essentially, or against libertarian freedom. It doesn't properly contend with that problem. In some sense, you could say it's trying to disrespect, and I'm speaking generalistically here, it's trying to disrespect women collectively, that they fall prey to money and power too easily, or that they're coerced by these things too easily, or that they don't have the capacity to respect individuals who are high IQ individuals, because those individuals haven't found an actual niche that they can serve and be remunerated for in a more libertarian operative society. So it's bringing in issues of practicality and issues of, I guess you could reduce it as raw power. I do think that is a slightly an ideological dishonesty to say that, we've got this morally unfair state of affairs, rather than actually saying, no, actually the problem is that leftism has never properly propagated an actual plan of action that was actually practicable and actionable. Because why don't you just go and do it? You don't need to steal other people's things or take over the political machinery and have a dictatorship of the proletarian. You don't need that style of revolution. In fact, you can have a completely unrevolutionary revolution where you just go and do it already. Can you not find one philanthropist to give you some seed money that then you can get the ball rolling, or that you can just buy a cooperative measure that you aggregate amenities until you work out some kind of functional independence, and you just work at creating an economic alternative to the market. Like, go and do it. Like, make the the alternative to the economic market, and then just displace the market without revolution, just by getting people to join you or something like that. Just do it already. But they're addicted to the moral high horsing, as it were. And I do think that it is connected to this, usually to these things like sexual things. But anyway, so let me just sketch more of this. So I mean, I think that this ends up attracting people who are supposedly above average IQ who want to play word and moral intellectual games as a source of status or achieving societal acclaim or influence, nervously wanting to avoid libertarian freedom, uh, and so that everyone acts freely and independently. They want a caged audience. They want to corner the market on status in some form that is more stable for them to manage. They want to, yeah, and then they can kind of do this by saying, or it's implicit in the general sort of leftist thing that they want to remove money from the question, from the equation in the sexual marketplace, which in some sense I do think can, look, I mean, I don't mean this insulting, and what I'm going to say is untenable in some technical ways, but if you can just understand this motif, is that it is one way of disrespecting women in terms of not forging an integrity-based and individually grounded relationship. That when I say that it's fundamentally, it's not wanting to trust women because you have to forge in the libertarian atomized capitalistic world, you actually have to forge some kind of trust that is, let's say, bespoke, or that hopefully transcends the game of the sexual marketplace, that is actually fueled by individual integrity. And it's almost imagining that women can't perform that feat. They have to be they have to be provided with some kind of collective structural token of guarantee and safety and security and provision they need to see a system that works a kind of way. And I do actually think that the libertarian atomized thing, although it can look like that, well, some people are just, in terms of sort of sexual selection, they are much too privileged in a kind of in an egalitarianly what's the word, unharmonious way, that some people have so much extra or excess surplus wealth that in some sense is creating a kind of zero sum in terms of the prospects of men who would be better off if they just had but they have that accolade removed from them. Now, look, I'm sympathetic to the idea that there's a lot of, let's say, human capital that goes unutilized, and how to get that utility in the service of people, and using the market to do so, having this uneven distribution of good, that you can't just work directly for the public good. In some sense, it's this idea that everyone can only have a job that is has the job description of public servant, that there is no other, that everyone should have to orientate themselves through that conduit of and be orientated through that one-size-fits-all, lowest common denominator kind of conduit that keeps the whole system from developing inefficiencies in power distribution, which then have an untoward effect on disrupting let's say the sexual market, or causing huge imbalances or something like that, is also quite ironically, in some sense, to overlook the fact that anyway, I mean, it's biologically, historically, somewhat inappropriate if you actually look at the genetic record and that this is in the 8-hour recording, but essentially half of all men don't make it in terms of propagating their genes and having offspring or successful reproduction. In fact, in the idea that when we atomize things, when we devolved responsibility down to the individual and we went capitalistic, as it were, that society has tended, in some sense, to reproduce what, let me just say, is, look, I don't believe that human beings with consciousness like we have, in some sense, have a natural order. But I think that what we see is a reflection of the human condition, and what we need is a solution to the human condition, not a manacle, not a brace, not a crutch, an ideological substitution for confronting and grappling with the human condition is my general thesis on this. And I'm just trying to say that, if people, and I do think that there's an element of this, there is an element of fearful masculine energy, but also ducking the sexual marketplace in a way that is, in my view, it is actually not properly integrated or aware of the actual issues involved, because in some sense, it's trying to say, well, we should just be judged by our intelligence, not by our actual ability to bring home the bacon, to actually be practical, to actually be concrete, that somehow just IQ should be remunerated in the sexual marketplace or in a new sexual marketplace that has money removed from it. And money is an important thing because it's correlated to, in some sense, to accounting. And I do think that in some sense, yes, you can say that, well, the only problem is saying that people get what they deserve, is that, that they didn't choose their parents, and if their parents make bad decisions, then they will suffer for it. I don't see a way around that. I think that that's a kind of necessary evil, because if you remove responsibility from the parent, then you're going to get, well, an anti-devolved system, and you're going to then have to create a surrogate parent for everyone, that everyone is going to be an orphan adopted by the state or some centralized authority or control, and you're going to have another set of problems which are, in my view, much worse. Whereas if you just solve for the human condition of the parent, and they acted more responsibly, and you had a state that had a duty to provide some amelioration of disadvantage to what was affordable by the state, that there would always be an opportunity, as long as the human condition were resolved, essentially, that things would eventually correct themselves. Perhaps in one generation you could fix everything, but for want of the human condition is not resolved. So that is actually in my submission, that is the actual port of call to focus on. But anyway, so the only, let's say, chink in the armor, or that the left is often exploiting, is the idea that, well, you are forcing people to bootstrap, and that is an untenable demand, or that is an unreasonable demand, or it's an unfair demand. That's an argument. And by the way, it's like, look, yes, you can try to base your worldview around an argument. It's not a real value to have an argument in high regard. You can just keep on table thumping what becomes a kind of hard skepticism that is all based on, well, if you can't resolve this argument around having to have a solution to bootstrapping. And early in this recording, I think I basically tried to create a philosophical answer to the necessity of bootstrapping. That is needed for the individual. There was a point that I was thinking about adding to this, just to round it out. Maybe I'll have to think about it before making a recording. I had two more points to sort of say about this, just to kind of round out the bootstrapping thing, but now was focused on this other thing. Anyway, I do think that I contended with this issue quite thoroughly, but I just thought that I had a new way of framing it that sort of more quickly sort of reduced it into a kind of crux, and then sort of how that crux was resolved. But now I'm blanking on it. Um, but it's problematic because, essentially the problem of the whole argument against bootstrapping is that it's an unknown quantity argument. That you think you've got the formulation of evil, or you've got the framing of like a moral concern, but it's a moral concern that is, in my view, a kind of a nebulous, confabulated sort of messiness. And as soon as you contend with it, you always lose, because you're essentially you get tricked by a kind of hard skepticism game. And you know it really, like the way to actually resolve it is, okay, well then what is your actual plan? Come up with a concrete plan, because when always you defer actually rendering what you should do about it, they can kind of hide the paradox from manifesting, because it's always hypothetical or experimental or in the future. And then when you actually come up with a concrete plan, then it's got a million holes in it and it falls apart. And the reason why it falls apart is because it's fueled by a kind of skeptical engine at the core of it, where it hasn't really saddled itself with the responsibility to actually have a coherent worldview. It just has this sharp, mangly, dangerous question, which then they leverage at everyone, and then they demand, well, this question must have an answer. It must have a valid or viable formulation that removes bootstrapping from the system. And when they do that, they actually impoverish the individual, and they always try to create, or I mean, because in some sense, the individual, the subjective grounding needs to bootstrap. Otherwise, you are actually saying that the individual must be redeemed by the collective. You're creating a very dangerous, unconscious narrative dependency or something like that. That means that you'll never be able to contend an understanding with integrity, because you'll have to have an ideology which tethers you to the unconscious in quite an aberrative way, essentially. Look, so I have to devolve into psychologisms to get into this, which is just, I guess it's very easy for people to just dismiss that I'm just talking nonsense, or I'm just making up these sorts of things. Anyway, so I'll try to remember what that example is, because I had a sort of a more tangible analogy of this that sort of brings it up into a crux. So the problem is that analogy itself would also not be sufficient for someone hearing it who was an adherent to their skeptical worldview and their skepticism fueled worldview, because that analogy, I'll say already, all the analogies are not conclusively sufficient to say that it captures it, because I'm just illustrating a point. Well, I guess that is the nature of an analogy, is that it's not exactly the same thing, it's a representation of the thing. And so you can always reject it on that basis. But anyway, the point is that you have to sort of take it on. You have to be somewhat intellectually charitable to take the analogy seriously. Anyway, and that's the problem, is that you can't expect intellectual charity from skeptics. Essentially, that's how they keep on doubling down and propagating their worldview, is that they don't deviate from their dogma, essentially, from their dogmatic argument. Okay, I mean, I think I've laid down my general thesis. This addendum is just going to tie things into a neat bow or whatever. So basically, what I'm saying from the sexuality stuff as well, or the sexual marketplace stuff, is that I'm just going to tie this into Habermas. So I think that the reason why Habermas is essentially wrong, and how he gets away with this is that he's performing a kind of sleight of hand when he's intellectualizing these sorts of issues, because he's using concepts that are dependent on an ad hoc distinction between things that are, let's say, naturally mediated by, let's say, cultural norms and socialization, and a kind of, that he's got this model of how things can be improved, but that it's elite led, or it's intellectually elite led in a culture that is kind of naturally at peace with itself, or has a kind of intrinsic harmony in it, and this is all based on this egalitarian, homogenized sort of conflation of that there's a proto-utopianism that exists already within the cultural milieu, or something like that, or within the sociological structure. It's just that we need to divorce it from untoward power games or something like that. And his construction of the Lebenswelt, or I hope I'm pronouncing so, that is essentially an ad hoc conceptualization, essentially. And he relies on that kind of ad hoc distinction drawing in order to construct his general thesis that allows him to sort of play this accusatorial game, without actually having to confront, let's say, the fundamental issue that I keep on bringing up in all of these things is that you have to sorry, but I don't know why I was going to say escape. You have to bootstrap, because, or in some sense, you either bootstrap or you scapegoat, and it's better to bootstrap than to scapegoat, because if you scapegoat, you're going to create a secondary source of dishonesty and confusion and deferred or diverted pressure into it being vented in. You're going to get mimetic desire type problems. Perret Girard. I hope I'm and I'm so bad with names. I often get names wrong. It's very embarrassing. I believe it's Perret Girard's mimetic desire stuff, which is, in some sense, much more psychological, much more grounded in the individual, which is sort of much more pertinent or relevant. And that needs really to be integrated into the base of, you can't just start in the middle of sociological philosophizing. And I do think that essentially this has been the source that has confounded many thinkers, is that they have used sociological reductionism, essentially, to help them fudge their thematic treatise of to provide the kind of explanatory juice, and then they can go back and sort of whitewash the sociological reduction. But it's a kind of, I don't know, it's a self-referencing tautological sort of sleight of hand, is all I can basically say. But I mean, this is what the Napoleonic corruption always creates. It creates this rational dependency, and it's a blind faith. It's an external source of value, or something like that, and sort of it becomes egalitarianism for egalitarian's sake, that has to be conceptualized from a disembodied collective point of view. And then you've turned everyone into a termite, into a hive insect, and you've also removed the ability for the structure to actually be understood in terms of a grounded individual. It forces everyone to put their lot into some kind of collective sovereign autonomy or something like that, which in my view it's a fundamentally unsound idea. So I mean, just on the face of it, when you're trying to dignify the collective will of the people or the autonomy of the people, like there must be something like public sovereign autonomy or something like that. That there should be something that this is just on a just think about it. Like, how is that ever going to function? That is always going to come at the cost of the individual. That is always going to come at treading over the toes of the individual. And then you're going to have to fudge how that is coherent somehow in some reductive, symbolic, tokenistic, sociological narrative. I mean, that's not reasonable. That's not rational. It's quite frankly, it's fascistic. In fact, the fascist is the bundle of sticks that is tied together. So Habermas has these great ideas, like something like that. I mean, look, I haven't read it myself, but it seems that I've been told that I seem to already have an intuitive understanding of it, or whatever. Sort of the communication stuff, or the action agreement communication, or something like that. But as soon as you mix that stuff with sociological reductionism, I mean, it's just poison. You've just destroyed the whole thing. And I mean, I think this is much better understood in the framework of epistemic responsibilism and epistemic agency. You can see how the wool is being pulled over people's eyes, essentially. Anyway, okay. I mean, so I just wanted to I think this is a summary of my general critique of Habermas. And I wish I could almost make this critique after he has left us, perhaps, because anyway, I don't know why I'm being paranoid. Actually, I do. I just don't want to say. But anyway. Okay, so this is going to be the final chapter of this recording, this addendum. I'm just going to sketch out what I would see as a legitimate role for the left, or a coherent left. So what a coherent left would do is, it wouldn't be this kind of utopian communist, which actually Marx himself despised utopian communists or utopian socialists. He just thought that they were stupid. They weren't even worth talking about or to. Although I do think that Marx himself, you can't blame Marx too much, because he is bound within certain historical contexts which he couldn't anticipate so much, and quite frankly, he left caveats all over the place. He said that things will have to be radically reprocessed in future because, so, I mean, his whole hypothesis, which itself I do think is fundamentally slightly flawed. I mean, I'm almost a kind of, I prefer the idea of material dialectical, sort of historical engine. Like, that whole model, I think, is too crude, and that essentially Buchanan and actual anarchistic thinkers were much more on the ball, as it were. So, Marx did let in the door for people to grab onto this kind of sociological metaphor and then use it as a bandwagon, essentially, to smuggle in their psychological bullshit, I guess you could put it like that. But let me just say that there is a version of classical Marxism that I think is properly called classical Marxism, let's say, recontextualized into the modern epoch, which can still work out, which is why I still refer to myself as something of a classical Marxist, or at least a Marxist analyst in some cases. And so what is the actual Marxist hypothesis? The Marxist hypothesis is that capitalism is amazing. Capitalism is the best thing that has ever happened to humanity. And the problem with capitalism is that it's not sustainable in the long term, that it's going away. And so that poses a problem that we need a solution for. And that when capitalism is begging to be overthrown because of its internal contradictions manifesting in such a way that it can't continue, that it's already looking like it's giving birth to a new system, that is the condition that we need to try to aim for, and honestly, authentically. And I do think that the actual resolution to this is the non-revolution revolution that I've already talked about, which is that you keep capitalism as the default legal structure, and you keep liberal democracy as the default structure, and you just operate within these things, but in a transcendental way to those default structures. But you need those default structures to be there, because otherwise you lose integrity and you lose grounding and coherence, because you don't know what you are obviating, or you don't know what you are supplanting. So you need that record and that structure there. Otherwise, you lose track of bootstrapping, essentially, when you do try to do an alternative. And that also means that the alternative to the default that you're trying to employ keeps its libertarian credentials, keeps its freedom of association, freedom of contract, and it keeps its proper amount of sophistication, and it will probably inherit some residue of some mess, because the human condition is messy and it needs to be grappled with directly, as it were. Anyway, so the idea that we're going to have a pristine system is not what we should be aiming for. We should be aiming for a system in which we can have the proper hope about the human condition within, not a good story. We don't need to have a guaranteed good story for people's lives. We instead must aim for high integrity, not high trust, essentially. Otherwise, we'll lose everything, is basically. But we could essentially have a new normal that is much better in a kind of mixed system that keeps, let's say, some outline of its I don't know what to say, primordial ingredient on hand and ever present, so that we don't get disassociated in an ideological utopian but also deranging, kind of sci-fi dystopian, where we as a species become dependent on a kind of insectoid mental manacle. Okay. Anyway, so excuse my poetry, I guess, but okay. So I'm just trying to cast a general prescription as to what the left should be about. Okay, so you try to ignore these utopian idiots, because they're just always going to foul things up anyway, and they're just looking for street cred. They're just looking for high status, or they're looking for, I don't know, they're looking for a following, or they just want popularity or something like that. It's just a a cocktail preening activity. That's how they really treat the left. It's so bourgeois, as people might say, but it's not serious. It's not coherent anyway. But that instead, what classical Marxists should do is that they should be faithful capitalists. They should be faithful, liberal, open democracy promoters and reformers, that we have real political problems. We have real, just getting the actual market right and getting, all these things right are things that we should try to get right, because then we can actually precipitate, let's just say, and I mean this almost ideologically constructively, we then precipitate the authentic burgeoning of the end times of capitalism, because we will actually precipitate the actual condition that needs to sort of be transcended. So instead of trying to sort of humanize the system, which also ends up creating kind of secondary ideological, you end up creating false flag problems, because you end up creating the problems of socialism or the problems of a mixed system, and those problems are really toxic and poisonous. And this is why I also think the left is always the harbinger of fascism, generally speaking. And this was commonly observed by many Italian Marxists that ended up becoming fascists, because they said, no, actually the Marxist sort of program and the political program essentially will boil down into something that will be fudged as a kind of, for sociological reasons, that you have to create an identity. And that's what Habermas, I guess, has spent his whole life trying to create a counter narrative, a counter ideological narrative to that kind of pragmatic, cynical Marxist conversion to fascism, which is, in some sense, I do think that the way that the so-called left tries to operate as this broad church or whatever, it's inevitable if it continues to do that kind of bullshit. We will create some kind of fascistic, even, supposedly under the banner of the rainbow Hitler, which I guess, true fascists would call these people useful idiots, because they normalize the fascistic worldview and conception of society and politics and everything, but they just have a slightly different prescription, because they bootstrap their prescription, the overt fascists rather than the rainbow fascists. They, formulaically, there's no difference between these two worldviews. It's just that the one wants a more cerebrally universalized, self-consistent ideological picture, and the other one wants a more cozy picture, because it already knows that the narrative itself is just a hollow construct. It's just a container. If you're going to reduce humanity into being a hive mind, into a hive insect kind of thing, then why not make it multiple hives that are more cozy and more bespoke and more stylistically able to why not have more smaller collections of democratic, sovereign, autonomous groupings, if you're going to reduce humanity into hive insects, then why not make it sort of a batch of hives rather than one universal hive, and so the difference between the useful idiot, or what I've also often referred to them as, the rainbow Hitler people, or or proto-fascists is what I usually call them, is that they essentially, their fascism is in the sorry, I can't think of the word, is in the style of the Borg from Star Trek. That they only believe that their political idea is viable or valuable or intrinsically good enough if it really has the idea to assimilate everything into it, because then you're leaving nothing off the table, whereas the other people at least have sort of realized the nature of their own game and are slightly cynical about it, but sort of bootstrap this for humanity because they have some sensitivity to the idea that their ideology is a kind of instrumentalism to something. And then it also gives, the overt fascist has more room for a mythology of blood and soil, or some kind of, it's more capable of having a sacred civic religion. It's more capable of producing a civic religion. And so, you can see that, because that's essentially, I stand by my point that the left is essentially trying to concoct some kind of secular church, or some kind of world church, or state centralized church. Anyway, so the alternative to this is actually to continue the work of being a libertarian, and to make the system of the market and the system of democracy, to make it self-consistent with libertarian values, and to be a good liberal, essentially. That really is the solution, is to be a good liberal, so that you precipitate when you do have systemic failures, if you do have capitalism threatening to collapse itself, and I guess, people will say, oh, but the environmental thing. Okay, well, first of all, we do have to worry about pollution, and we do have to worry about, ecological degradation, and especially the damage to the seas and things like that. But global warming is a complete fabrication. I mean, like, if you just talk to anyone who is actually an independent intellect on this matter, not the so-called experts, which are all have to get grant money to do their stuff. I mean, the whole thing is a rigged industry, essentially. You only get money if you're going to prove climate change is a problem and that it's caused by humanity. The whole thing is completely rigged. But if you talk to anyone who is actually a polymath, the person who actually invented the computer modeling system that allows these climate models to even exist, Roger Penrose, if you ask those people, they'll tell you it's all bullshit, that they're misusing the models, and this is all pseudoscience. This is all a fabrication. It's all patently manufactured. And anyway, I mean, anyway. But look, that's not to say that maybe humanity isn't causing a kind of ecological runaway climate change. But I mean, like, anything is possible. Get the fuck over yourself. But the chances are that we are coming out of the little ice age. The name of the climate geological time that we are in is called the fucking little ice age, and we're coming out of it. That's why things are getting warmer, also because of the sun. When you take these things into account, I mean, the idea that it's CO2 that's causing global warming is, quite frankly, ludicrous. When you look at the amount of the CO2 in the air, and you also look historically at the amount of CO2 that used to be in the atmosphere, the truth is that the planet is on average usually warmer than it is, because we're in the little fucking ice age. Grow the fuck up. These people, they're so willing to just cotton on to these systemic oppression narratives because they bolster their leftoid sanctimoniousness. Anyway, so anything just piles onto the groupthink and onto the bandwagon to get them past the finish line. Anyway, the point is, so I mean, like, there are things that do need to be solved but I mean, a lot of these things are being done inefficiently, and quite frankly, we don't have authentic liberal intellectualism anymore. We have this kind of hybrid leftoid, fear-driven, because I mean, that fear is what breeds the sympathy antidote, which empowers the ideological one-size-fits-all solution to the problem, and just get in line, to be dispensed with some part of fixing the problem by some Führer, that will mediate between the ideological category system. It's very clear that the people that so I mean, if you want to try to distinguish yourself by saying, okay, well, look, I actually reject identity politics, but I still think that we need socialism because capitalism is so is such a brutal and sort of tyrannical cultural toxicity. I mean, what was actually the true solution to this? There are libertarian answers to these problems. Just and in fact, the libertarian answers to these problems are a lot more concrete. They actually have real fucking policy attached to them, rather than, oh, well, let's just say that no one is allowed to have private property. Like, you run for the excuse to take the extreme radical measure when there's I mean, libertarians in the Republican Party for a long time in ages past said, these kinds of huge corporations are a threat to independence. When people are going to be dependent on cartels or monopolies, or when market influence needs to somewhat be what's the word, devolved or decentralized. I mean, like, not necessarily across the board. I mean, usually you only need to do that if people are abusing their, let's say, dominance of a market. there are some, let's say, de facto monopolies which are not that bad because essentially they don't have to operate like de facto monopolies. They could, but no one enters the market because there's no mousetrap, because they're not abusing their market position. So, if we take like a more coherent, reasoned view of a lot of things, we start getting a different picture of problems and solutions, and also the idea of setting up private autarkies, essentially, like cooperative groups and member organizations in which they are essentially opting out of the market. They are trying to create, let's say, a collective organization which operates like a corporation. And the point of this, it's like belonging to a gym. You pay a membership fee to belong to a gym and you share equipment with other people, except that you expand that concept slightly more, is that you have a system that is owned by its members, and the point of it is that it delivers a dividend to its members in the form of a particular service or good or amenity. And essentially it generates enough surplus so that it can use that surplus to reinvest in itself and concentrate capital investment so that it continues to increase its productivity, so that it needs less input, so that it effectively it pays for itself, or something like that. And that then you just have to buy into it, and then it's a resource that is in some sense also capable of the secret of capitalism is capital investment. The more capital investment you have, the more productive you are, the less input you need. This is how you get to Star Trek, where you just build things that take care of all the work and do everything. And that actually does require technical expertise, and it does require some labor or maintenance or whatever. And the idea that, oh well, that's going to be problematic because everyone is going to not have a job then, or something like that. Well then, you don't need a job if you have a share of something. And the idea that, well, everything is so concentrated, well, that the wealth is so concentrated that not everyone will be able to get a share. Well, quite frankly, maybe not everyone deserves to get a share. Maybe there are some people who don't have the cultural values in their own individual. The idea that you're just going to say, well, people are as evil as the system has conditioned them to not be beautiful and moral people. This, I think, is something that, but essentially, the biggest problem with making this kind of transition is that for people to buy into, if people are going to dislocate themselves from the market and from market accountability, because that's essentially what the market does, is that the market will mean that at some point there will be some kind of collective accountability, that you can't just, the reason why bad things happen is because someone isn't being accountable for something. And in a devolved system, which is a system that we have to bootstrap our tolerance of, because it is the best of all possible worlds, we need to have a devolved system, not a command centralized system. So if we're going to have a devolved system, then we need some structures of accountability. And the thing is that, can people agree to these? Can we get people to actually opt into them through freedom of contract rather than through governmental fiat and imposition? And this basic, that is the basic crux of all of the problem. And and social democracy tries to play this middle ground where you can sort of use the government as a kind of secular church, and so you through that secular church you're going to tell people, don't have more than 2 children, or because otherwise we're going to have certain like, if you're going to save people from the market, then you have to impose duties on them that keep them, let's say, sustainable. And it would be much better if this was organically structured, and how the best way that gets organically structured is free agents. And yes, not every free agent is going to be an egalitarian or humanitarian or something like that, but I would say that probably there are a lot of well-meaning people in the world. The problem is that there aren't any good projects that actually, when funded, would actually coherently be accountable, or responsible rather, and actually be a model of taking proper accountability of things that have to be taken account of, like the human condition. And yes, it's messy to do it in a decentralized way, but it's also, in my view, generally a necessity. Otherwise, you're going to fudge whatever it is that you think that you're doing, that's supposedly for the greater good or some bullshit like that. That even to try to contend that, you have to believe in some kind of reductive narrative, which is going to lead you to creating contradictions and paradoxes in other places. Anyway, so this I mean, this is what let's say Leninism or utopian socialism, or usually if they actually want to have a revolution, this is radical revolutionary people always have this kind of false dichotomy where they are creating this false dilemma and trying to use that false dilemma to get everyone to cross the line through their ideological gate into over the precipice, so that they can all fall off a cliff, generally speaking. But sorry, the point that I was going to make is that it becomes a kind of impetus to believe in a mythology, and it's the only way really to get around that is to just do it in the private sphere. And yes, you can say, oh well, we don't want to go up against people who have more money than us, or something like that. We don't want to practically actually get to actually trying to construct something, and trying to, because we don't have because we won't have as much good access as we have when we operate in the market, and so it's and that is not to say that you can't have an intelligent sort of hybridized system. The problem is in some senses, it really has to do with status and sexual selection, the sexual marketplace, as it were. It's probably going to be the biggest people aren't willing to put faith into their own project that they're willing to practically try to build and coherently construct and then make work. Instead, they want to take everyone with them on their journey by taking over the government and imposing a dictatorship of the proletarian or some bullshit like that, based on some kind of moral accusation against the system, which was, quite frankly, in Marx's own language, the best system that has ever happened to humanity. You know how much people have had to fight in the past against sovereigns or foreign rulers or monarchical dictators or tyrants, just for a kind of libertarian scope. People would have bled and died so many times for something as good as liberal democracy and capitalism, and these people just, they just want to make some sort of concocted idea that it's not good enough for their utopian aspiration of sort of having an easier time of the sexual marketplace. That's usually how I summarize these people, is that they seem to be quite palpably juvenile in those facets. That seems to me the character of their general orientation, that they have this nebulous kind of professed humanitarianism, but they are really doing so by not wanting to contend with people and individuals, by trying to ignore them and sort of just deal with a kind of homogenized narrative about, well, people are disgusting because they've been made disgusting because they've been conditioned by a system that is market-based or is libertarian, and it hasn't indoctrinated them into some sympathetic cult of do-goodery. I was saying do-goodery. I don't know if that vocally can be heard, like a do-gooder but then like as an adjective, do-goodery anyway. Which in my view is not really actually about doing good. It's about being able to punish people who don't get on board with your good idea. It's sort of the idea that the cerebral analysis and the fruit of the mind, the fruit of the imagination, of the hypothetical, contemplative, sort of, that the ego is just there, that other people must just say yes and they must get on board with some sort of associative chain of rationalization, which quite frankly is all nonsense because it's founded on a kind of skeptical argument or on a skeptical question, which is just being table thumped as being, well, we shouldn't design everything around answering this question. Which is problematic as well, because there are psychological issues like that do need to be resolved. But when you do it through a kind of collective ideology, it's not only dangerous, but it's a way to dignify your own undeveloped psychological maturation. It's sort of trying to make the world in the image of your developmentally stunted structure. It's sort of the idea that because when you were a teenager, you lived through a time of culture in which the adults did not give you a pedagogical, thorough, profession of some faith that was worthy. So instead, you thought, okay, well, we just have to invent a faith of yes and, of some, some kind of rationalization that seems like, it's capable of snowballing into incorporating everyone's aspirations and creating, a safe kind of, it's saying, I don't want to operate in the sexual marketplace. Save me from the sexual marketplace, or at least save me from having to generate money in the sexual marketplace. I don't want to deal with this kind of accounting system of, because, you really are in a capitalistic, liberal, open democracy. You are, generally speaking, you are bootstrapped into contending with real practical questions, which is sort of, is there a niche that I can fulfill, that I can have utility to the society, so that the society can reward me with a social status where I think that I'm not being cheated? And instead, they're kind of harping on this idea, well, am I being cheated, into a generalized skeptical, kind of idolatry. Instead of actually forthrightly confronting that general question and actually contrasting, well, how honest is, how sort of pragmatic and authentic is that base question, especially when you, to the extent to which liberal democracy and capitalism generally, I think, reproduces almost all, so I'm making a kind of a thematic point here, which is maybe a bit too esoteric, and maybe, this is too theoretically speculative for some people to follow. But I do think that all of history exists within this container to be transcended. And it's not going to be transcended by contorting the system, but by displacing the things that you don't like, by assimilating them through the rules of libertarianism. And if you can't deal with those, let's say, side condition, those limiting factors, and you want to play the game differently. You want to play winner takes all, not winner just wins the argument, and then, well, what do you do with winning the argument if you don't even have an organization for somebody else to join that is actually doing something concrete? Or, if it's all just a hypothetical idea that, oh, well, we're going to overturn the democracy and turn it into a dictatorship that supposedly has democratic ideals attached to it, so we can replace democracy or replace an open liberal society with a some kind of moral conscription service, which we're supposedly doing for some narrative to cater to some narrative, to morally be stewards of some narrative, which becomes a canonical narrative, which becomes, in my view, indistinguishable from a secular religion. Now, my general solution is that, there is a lot to be reformed and to be refined, that the rule of law needs to actually properly come to the West in a way in which it's missing. And what this would actually do is it would be also a model for individual maturation, because I do think that if you improve the system and structures of power, it's a good way of exemplifying how people as individuals can operate and mature, and how they should, because the system already works that way at a macro scale, that you can kind of use it, I think, to kind of to show people, what the actual moral landscape really is, and then to win them over into some alternative to the economy, alternative to market relations within economic because you do need an answer to economic accountability, because you can't have a society that can sort of throw away the concept of accountability just because everyone's in the same boat. That's stupid. At some point someone has to be accountable or impose accountability, and we don't want the imposition of accountability, because that's tyranny. And that's another way of conceiving the crux of the whole sort of socialistic moral paradox, or how they try to sort of shortcut and cheat the system and end up creating other problems. But anyway, so just actually improving the system, making the system more coherent. So if you had a legal system, for instance, that actually stopped it, if you had a political system and a legal system that stopped itself because it actually gave people the ability to culturally scorn each other, to culturally be intolerant of each other, but also at the same time forces a kind of that you can't cross certain lines. You can't treat people in such a way in which you are diminishing their constitutional rights, except if it is validly a limitation of those rights. An example of which I believe, this is actually where I think hate speech there is a version in which hate speech, I think, does need to be against the law. But what I would consider to be hate speech is anti-constitutional propaganda. So you need to have a constitution that is sophisticated enough that it really is actually have a self-consistent understanding, and it's capable of conserving its own values, and it's capable of giving people free moral, cultural powers to be intolerant of other people and have moral arguments with other people. But it's not allowed to pick a moral argument with the Constitution and say that, well, some people have too much of a constitutional right and other people don't have a different kind of I guess you can do that. Okay, well, first of all, let me just say that there is a way to constitutionally do this that isn't anti-constitutional propaganda if you actually are philosophizing using the limitations clause. If you're actually saying, no, if you're actually in a legal school of thought and you're trying to say that this is how the Constitution should be interpreted, and that's one thing. But to actually say that, no, we need to radically change the Constitution, I guess this sounds unreasonable how I'm formulating this, because to prove the reasonableness of this, you really have to read Section 36 of the Bill of Rights. Section 36 of Chapter 2 of the South African Constitution. Chapter 2 is the Bill of Rights, and Section 36 is the Limitations Clause. And the lettered subclauses of that are eminently reasonable, essentially. And that would give enough scope and ground into which, if someone was making a reasonable interpretive argument about the Bill of Rights, about how it should be applied, and how some rights should be limited in certain circumstances, as long as it's in accordance with Section 36, that would not be hate speech. But, to try to say that, no, we need a different kind of order, we need a more direct democracy, rule of the majority, and you want to try to create a new epoch in which the individual no longer has dignity, because instead it's the collective that has dignity on behalf of the individual, or some bullshit notion like that. I do think that that's a kind of that is hate speech, or at least in the context of the kind of constitution that I'm referring to. Anyway, and that, I think, is, you could call that a kind of moral prescription against the population, but it's a kind of moral prescription that keeps a kind of coherence, and it is in some sense, ideologically speaking, or just thematically speaking, it is the inverse of the Roman law that just was running on pragmatism, because the Roman law had this kind of political realism at the foundation of it. It didn't have to, it was never filled with by tyrants, didn't demolish the law, didn't demolish the Roman law. It didn't need to be demolished because it respected power absolutely, essentially. Whereas if you have to have a legal system that is not based in power, but based in dignity of the individual, then you actually have to impose something like a restriction on hate speech, which, I actually constructed a proposed hate speech legislation bill, and essentially I called it, hate speech or constitutional damages. That I think that those are the only forms of hate speech in terms of framing it, that actually exist. Anyway, this is actually quite a voluminous issue to get into, and I have recordings that specifically deal with this, so I don't want to try to rehash that, because it's much too much of a large issue. But damn, so maybe I shouldn't have brought it up, because it's a kind of a huge can of worms. But that essentially hate speech is hate speech when you are essentially trying to promote the removal of someone's constitutional rights, essentially. But removal must not be the same as limiting, because trying to advocate for the limiting of someone's constitutional rights, in relation to, or which is framed by the limitations clause, would be fine. And then it just really, you are airing your own moral sentiments and your own opinion, which you have every right to air. But when you are essentially trying to get a kind of political statecraft that is essentially treasonous to the constitutional order, or is essentially trying to violate the constitutional supremacy and replace it with some other kind of, that essentially is broaching the liberal intolerance paradox. And you see, when you have a system that is capable of essentially holding all individual, in my proposed hate speech bill, it basically puts forward that, that no one would be above this hate speech, that it doesn't matter if you're a parliamentarian, it doesn't matter if you are, there's a, sorry, I can't. There's I can't remember what it's called. I think it's called something like parliamentary immunity, or it's called that you can't be held liable for anything you say as a parliamentarian in the course of speaking in the House, but or in committee essentially. I can't remember what it's called. It's called something like I think it's called prerogative. I think it's called parliamentary. Bad. Anyway, I specifically. This is embarrassing that I can't remember a basic term like that. But anyway, I deal with this. This sounds like I've just made this. I've thrown together this crude hate speech bill, but no, it's actually quite delicate and nuanced. But anyway. So I'm not doing it justice here by trying to, but essentially this kind of complexity I don't actually think is that hard to teach in a civics class. And when people understand this, they know where they are free and they know what crosses the line, as it were, in terms of the liberal intolerance paradox. And that, I think, is even a very valuable benchmark, or that's not the word I was thinking of, is a model for a self-coherent system in which you actually see your own limit. And you deal with that responsibly. You're dealing with a self-limit responsibly. And it's a good example of both bootstrapping and overcoming, let's say, the skeptical, backbiting cloud of doubt, or skeptical hard skepticism that could be leveraged against making that, it's a good footnote almost to in an ode of psychological individuation and maturation and overcoming. It's a model of understanding. I mean, this also relates to my critique of Jordan Peterson's advice for disciplining children, which I generally agree with his methodology, except that I think that something should be added to what the parent says, which actually goes to undermining the parent's false authority, essentially. Which I guess not all parents would be able to do, because many parents will believe in false authority themselves and use it against their children. And I do think that has a huge effect on children, on a very damaging pedagogical, it's anyway, but I'm bringing up too many different things. But, when you give children the keys of liberation by saying that, no, if they do use reason, that you say that, well, look, I'm a parent and I conform to my own understanding. So if you use reason and you can alter my understanding, then it'll change. So then at least then the child has a touchstone in their mind where they know that there is a liberating force to authority that is bearing down on them, that they can be independent of if they grow in responsibility of contending reason and having their own understanding that matches the understanding of the parent. And I think parents can quite easily demonstrate why children can't yet contend the understanding needed that would allow them to not be under the thumb of their parents, or at least their parents' discipline, rather. The parent could ask the child a series of questions which would show that the child does not know the answers or is not capable of actually. And it is, I think, true that perhaps children could grow in responsibility much faster if this kind of pedagogical model was made visible to them. I mean, that is not to say that children aren't capable of toying with these things and making games out of them, and that would also be more reason to use discipline, because you can just say, oh, you're using words in a hollow fashion, and you're trying to make a mockery of reason and understanding, which means that you're going to have trust problems, so it's interesting, although you can, there's no fast tracking integrity to some degree, but anyway, what am I saying? I'm going all over the place very quickly because it's. But yeah, so generally my thing is that leftists are not really interested in helping the human condition. Generically speaking, they are trying to sort of fudge a polemic, and their necessity of fudging the polemic, comes from this kind of cult of sympathy, and which in my view is actually does have a kind of nihilistic or malevolent nature, because it's all leveraging skepticism. It's leveraging a prime accusation that they demand must be morally satisfied to their satisfaction, and using that engine of skepticism, they can forge any permission. And at some point they have to realize this about their general project, and they have to actually properly latch onto libertarianism, and they need to hold that as a higher value. Not egalitarianism. Libertarianism needs to be seen as a higher value to egalitarianism, because egalitarianism as well is a normative thing. It's not an outcome. It doesn't also, if it's not normative, it actually doesn't, it's a bit bullshit, it's a bit nonsense. Are you actually saying that people are actually equal? Because if people are actually equal, then why do we need a principle of egalitarianism? It's oxymoronical. No, it's not oxymoronical. I'm trying to say that it implicitly begs the question. Anyway, whatever. Okay, so yeah, let me stop this rambling. Yeah, so actually just solving problems and actually refining the system so that you actually get but obviously they don't want to do that, because I think it more has to do with their personal fear, which they're hypothetically expanding and extrapolating and broadening into an ideology. Which is connected to a kind of martyrdom, which is connected to a kind of, it offers a lot of excuses for a lot of things, ducking of a lot of things. It allows you to contract libertarianism in quite a contrived and convenient way for the self, and then it also then exacerbates other kinds of juvenile narrative game playing, essentially. And so, usually when you're dealing with a leftist, you're dealing with a bundle of personal and political problems sort of conflated with each other. Even if a lot of those personal issues are somewhat being unconsciously thrown into the mix. And then there's always this kind of thematic, fudged middle ground in which these things can be talked about and communicated about. So it's this really intermingling between the private and the public. It's this synthesis of things that should be kept separate, so that people can sort of engage in each other's broadened fears or collective fears, and then the idea is that they can be collectively surmounted. And so it really is this kind of vicarious collective redemption project, this idea that the society should be the church, that guarantees that our souls are all going to be treated in the same like, because we are all in the same boat. And I think it really does have this malevolence to anyone who does not wish to find themselves on that boat, or to find themselves marooned, if not included, on that boat. And so, it's quite a fractious and vicious kind of groupthink that belies this almost, sensual social atmosphere that the left um, sort of loves to manufacture as this kind of, as the substitute for young people for having to contend with things in the world. Um, it's so much easier to join the left than to be, let's say, irresponsible novice in one's life, in which, especially as a male, you're not going to be respected. If you can't, if you haven't sort of proven your social status. So if you create a kind of ideological subculture in which just, sort of fluency or prospective hypothetical societal utility and pontificating around that in a way that is, sort of bringing the collective cause closer to fruition, you've got sort of more palpable access to an alternative than actually, sort of being a slave to the machine. But how much energy has been put into avoiding being a slave to the machine rather than actually being put into actual entrepreneurial invention and finding a niche, and acting in the world with a concrete kind of plan or policy. But they defer all of these things until after their thematic confection has been rendered. Anyway, I keep on rambling on and on and on, but so it really is this kind of, this allure of deferment, deferring issues, so that we can enjoy the self-righteousness now, and we'll deal with the practical questions afterwards. And then when those totalitarian paradoxes arise, then we'll find someone to scapegoat at the time, or something like that. Or when that, as soon as they start getting closer and closer to implementation or policy, it falls apart quite badly, especially with all the sort of the hoops that they're already jumping through and the compromises that they're already making in terms of having to play sort of both sides of illiberal subversion, because they want to, they're trying, because capitalism really is a manifestation of libertarian philosophy on some level, and you really, I don't really think that there is an excuse to actually unsettle that default. It needs to be the default. You need to sort of work with it, as it were. You can work with it in such a way that you try to not experience that nature of it, but you can only do that, with enough collateral, collaborative coordination. Which means that you're effectively replacing the sophistication of market signaling with actual contracts between people. Which they're, and then why would you want to have contracts with people that are just filled with moral sanctimony and self-righteousness? You actually need to know people who actually have skills and that can actually do something that are useful for their neighbors. And the kinds of things that need to be done are sort of so practical, and the market actually gives you much more freedom, because you can be very, very specialized and you can do something, and you can actually be remunerated for it on a level at which that if you try to develop that as an independent group of people, you wouldn't probably be able to affect the same kind of quality of life that you can win from the market, just from being a participant. And again, I mean, this idea that people are excluded from the market, or that they are, systemically oppressed and all that kind of stuff. I mean, like, quite frankly, those problems are usually not problems that are constructed for people from the top down. They are constructed from people from the bottom up. And the willful blindness to that kind of moral scapegoating, is a general symptom of how the left is essentially, it's complete refutation of bootstrapping. If you don't bootstrap, you will invariably scapegoat. You have to bootstrap. I mean, there's no getting around it. And people would realize this very quickly if they ever actually tried to actually solve any problem ever. If you think that, it's the system that needs to change, how about you actually go and confront one of these people and look at these family situations and look at, sort of the bullshit that people do, and the lack of responsibility and the lack of accountability, and you just want to sort of scapegoat that on somebody else, on the system. You want to say, the system is why these people are evil. It's fucking retarded. I mean, that kind of moral autism is why we are in the mess that we are in terms of this proto-fascist totalitarianism, because they've normalized this kind of generalized scapegoating, which is just like, it's just complete psychological insanity. I mean, it's just pure, these are, what do you call them? Drones of the Borg assimilation program. They are zombies. Anyway, I mean, and then they say that we're a new left. We've evolved since then. We've evolved since identity politics. We were only like that 5 years ago. Now we're completely different. I mean, oh my word. It's like the Borg saying, yeah, we failed to take over the planet Earth that time. We'll try again this time. And so we're a completely different collective hive mind now. Anyway, man, I've droned on for long enough myself.